ramble about it. Hey, Goger, what's up? How's the pain going? I mean, I just started. Well, I guess I already had pain from yesterday. Did you see the episode, Goger? Did you see the episode 1? Metsy's another super chat. Thank you very much. I watched the first episode for season 2, and I know I liked some stuff, especially with Joel, but Ellie is such a bitch. That's a good. You know what? Screw it. Matt season segued into it pretty perfectly, because that's my overall thought as well. There's some things I enjoy with Joel, but everything with Dina and Abby is an absolute nightmare. And watching that. Well, Goger, stick around. I'm going through the episode now and save you an hour of your life. Because we actually start with the Abby group. We start with the Abby group, and they're just over the. I guess they buried the fireflies that Joel killed in that hospital base. First thing you notice. Abby is not a hulking brute in this show. She's fucking tiny in comparison to the game, which is like, oh, and she also looks more like Ellie in a weird way. It's so weird. It's like they had someone casted for Ellie after the 5 years, but then gave her the Abby role instead. It's so weird. She looks more like Ellie. It's really awkward. But yeah, she's there and she's pretty tiny. I'm pretty sure she was the smallest one out of the group you see. So yeah, that was already weird to see. I probably saw it before in the trailers, but I completely forgot, to be honest. So I don't know. But yeah, they're just doing that, and this is where they plan. It's like, yeah, we need to go after them. One of them just points out, how exactly are we going to do that? And then they just describe Joel. And they're like, yeah, we're gonna get him, and we'll kill him, but I want to kill him slowly. And then we cut to... It cuts to 5 years later. So, yeah, we got the time jump there. So I guess they arrived shortly after Ellie and Joel left, is the idea, and then we get the 5-year jump to current day Ellie, or, well, in-universe current day Ellie. And someone's mentioned it already. We see a scene where it looks like Ellie is getting strangled by some mean person. Oh no, we're going right into the action. Oh, that's insane. Holy shit, what the fuck? And it turns out it's a sparring match between someone. I don't know if he probably has a name. I don't care though. He probably never shows up again. And the first words out of Ellie's mouth in this show, her first words are,
"Boom, motherfucker."
And I'm already like, don't do it this way, please. Don't. Please don't. That's... Don't make her the, oh, I'm not taking shit from anyone thing. And yeah, and as somebody already mentioned, she fights a guy who's like jacked. Like, he has massive arms, he's taller. And if you look at the fight, she gets him into like a triangle hold with like her legs, and you can see his right arm is free. He just has it like this. But he could have just fucking punched her in the face and get himself out of it. And he should also be easily able to overpower her. So that was a great start. And then she wins the fight, and I put this in quotations, to win, because she already has like a bleeding nose. And then we go to Jesse, or I guess how I call him in my last stream, Lester. Little meme influence here in this talk. I was like, oh, you didn't really win though. I told him to pull his punches. Like he punch. Okay, the way he says it, like I'm not paraphrasing. I'm being like over the top, obviously. But what he's saying is, oh, that's some mad shit talk from someone who got punched in the first second of the fight, and it's like, yeah, but I still got him. And it's like, well, yeah, but I pulled my punches because I told him to, and also Joel was worried about you. And I was like, oh. So first of all, why are you doing a sparring match where you actually try to hurt each other? Why do you start with punching someone immediately in the face? They were not wearing gloves or anything. So why are they punching each other in the face during the sparring match without any kind of gloves or anything? Unless I missed the gloves for some reason, but I'm pretty sure they haven't had any gloves. And then pulling the punches, so she didn't learn anything from this fight because nothing happened with her that's useful, because she would have lost in the first second. So I don't know, it was just super dumb, super stupid. But yeah, and then she's pissed, like, don't tell them to pull punches, blah blah blah. And then he just leaves, and they go outside, and the town looks, I don't know how to describe it. It's
fucking pregnant.
Yeah, exactly, fucking pregnant.
How could you keep something like that?
You know how like there's like this fine line between the CGI looks good and not very obvious, and it looks good but it looks very obviously fake. Like, I think the renders look good, but they are very obviously CGI. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't look real, even though it's very well rendered. I hope that makes sense. That's the best way I can explain it. So it looks good, but it looks fake, basically. But yeah, she's just kind of going around and being annoyed by things. And then we cut to Joel, and that's like the thing, one of the things that I like. We see what Joel is doing for the town while he's there, because we actually start before the game. So we have like a day before we log into the game timeline. And I think there might be scenes, I'm pretty sure there's scenes here that I see later during my playthrough here. Like, later you get the scene with the, where the bartender is being mean to Ellie and Dina and sorts. So I think there's some scenes that I see later in here that are now here now, I think. But yeah, he's just kind of he's just fixing breakers and stuff because he was working in construction. So obviously he's very useful to the town. And a little bit later as well, you see that he's going through things that need to be done. It's like, yeah, we need to build houses, blah, blah, blah. So actually you get a couple of things here where we can see he has value to the town. Something that I would have liked in this game, because we just kill him, basically. Which is, you know, sucks. And then Dina gets to, I think it's in his house, I think? But it doesn't matter, really. But they have a little bit of talk. It's like, oh, what are you doing, Joel? It's like, oh, hey, kiddo. Oh, you know, I'm just,
There's someone living here?
I'm just fixing some breakers. She's like, oh, you want to teach me? I was like, oh, you know what? That's actually a nice little start. She wants to learn. She wants to contribute to the town, Dina. I was like, that's awesome. You know, that's good. That's what I like to see. Because everybody should be useful in this town. Because, you know, post-apocalypse, everyone who can be useful should be useful in any way they can. And it's like, yeah, you need to do this and this and this and this. And then Dina's like, hey, why is Ellie mad at you? And he's like, I don't really know. It's just like being a little bit annoying, but you're nice. You're pretty nice, so that's cool. I enjoy talking to you. It's like, yeah, I don't know what's going on. And he just starts talking. He's like, you know, I'm really trying to back off a little bit, not be so overprotective. I never got to this age with my own daughter and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. And then Dina all of a sudden says, oh, are you in fucking therapy? And starts kind of laughing at him.
Are you in fucking therapy?
And I don't know if that was on purpose at this point, but when I watched the rest of the episode, that's actually Dina's character. She's insufferable. It's like, oh, you seeing them? He's like, I'm not in fucking therapy. So she kind of makes fun of him for being in therapy with the lady that does like psychotherapy in the town. So yeah, that's cool. That's great by Dina. It's like, oh, that's oh, you're in therapy, ha. And I don't know if it was intentional in this place, but it felt that way. It definitely did feel that way. It's like, are you in fucking therapy? And it's like, Jesus Christ, man, really? He's just like opening up to you. It's like talking about how he's trying to back away, give Ellie some space because he never got to the age of 19. Just trying to do the thing. They're just trying to figure it out together because he's basically the father to her right now. And it's like, okay, that's kind of cool. Also, I guess pretty lucky that they have a therapist in their little apocalyptic town. So yeah, that was awesome. So that was great. And then she leaves and he tells him, please don't tell anyone I'm in therapy because he's ashamed of it. Which is a common thing that happens in the real world as well, so I get that. But yeah, didn't sit right with me that she started kind of making fun of him. That was sucky. We then cut to Tommy and Ellie doing... I guess they're doing a patrol or something together, and they see an infected, and they do some shooting practice, some target practice with the sniper rifle. And it just kind of goes, oh yeah, good job, blah 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 blah. Nothing too crazy happens. And they talk, and it's like, oh man, that's a lot of infected over there though, so I'm gonna make a squad and put them on patrol tomorrow here to check it out. And Ellie is like, oh, hey, put me on this one. I want to check it out. I want to help out. And he's like, about that, I'm actually going to take you off patrol for a bit because take you off patrol for a bit and put you on guard duty on the tower. And she's like, oh, what? But that's so boring. It's just fence sitting. That's so lame and gay. I wanna go out and do other things. I was like, why are you taking me off patrol? It's like, well. One, Joel told me to, which is like, oh, fuck's sake. But two, which is the more important part, other people have been saying that she's been reckless. And we're doing the whole thing where she's annoyed. It's like that Joel is so overprotective, and also you shouldn't even be worried about me being bit because I'm immune. And he's like, we don't talk about this, it's just gonna make trouble. But because they're alone, she just yelled. You've probably seen that clip on Twitter. It's like, I'm immune, just yelling out into the wilderness that she's immune.
I got bit!
Hey!
I'm immune!
Whoa, hey!
Woo!
Because, you know, nobody can hear it. Because she doesn't care what anybody says, whatever they're going for. So here's the thing. What does it matter that you can't be infected? They still can fucking kill you. And also, if you're reckless, you get in trouble, get infected, agitated, there's a team with you. You can get them killed. So you can't be fucking reckless when you're with a squad and get them in trouble because you want to do some shenanigans. Which, keep that in mind, we'll see what kind of shenanigans she's up to, and you're not gonna like this. And, you know, this should have been Tommy's reasoning. But Tommy just says, oh, I swear to God, you and Joel, just the same fucking person. And then Ellie says, which means you know you're not gonna win this argument. And then he just fucking caves in. And says like, alright, patrol is at 1 p.m. tomorrow. It's like, holy fucking shit. Tommy is like the second in command, basically. And he's just like, you're reckless, you can't do things like this. Like, yeah, but I'm the protagonist. Oh, okay, well, go to the patrol then. Awesome. Good job, they fucking around with Tommy's character on the show, so that's awesome. That is great. That's a thing that didn't happen in the game as far as I've played it. So, yeah, that's very cool. That's very awesome. Giving Tommy, like, this dumbass decision. Absolutely fucking terrible. So at this point, I'm already really fucking annoyed. I've seen Ellie beating up some large human with big muscles. And should have pulled the punches. Talk her some dumb shit. And now this. I was like, fucking hell. And also Dina just being insufferable from the get-go. She's like, awesome, that's cool. That's off to a good start. But hey, we're only like 15 minutes in, I think, at this point. Maybe 20, I don't remember. And we get to a scene where another scene that I partly like, because we see Joel do things. As I mentioned before, he's like checking out like a little booklet. It's like, yeah, we're building these things, blah 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 blah. We'll not be done with the roofs until summer, stuff like that. You know what I mean? And then Maria's like, yeah, I need you to build faster. And before I could even think of a joke about this, Joel says, oh yeah, we have this this constructor meter dial. If we just turn it, we can build faster. No problem. I was like, okay, you know what? That was actually kind of amusing, Joel. That's good stuff. And obviously his point is, we only have so many resources, we only have so many men. We can only go this fast, obviously. And she's like, yeah, but we have more people coming in, and we need them, we can't shelter them all anymore. And Joel, while, you know, it's a touchy topic in real life and in the show, it's like, well, maybe if you would stop letting everybody in, we wouldn't have that problem. It's like, oh, what do you want me to do? Like, not let people in? It's like, well, the thing is, if your lifeboat is swamped full of people, and yes, you can't get anyone in anymore. I was like, oh, yeah, okay, that's a pretty good point. And then you could have had some more background. It's like, oh, yeah, if you get people in, it's like, see who's going to be useful, who can build stuff with us, blah, blah, blah. There's things you can do, okay? But it's just very, very surface level, because they don't go further with this this argument. Because the son comes in, and they just kind of have a good time. And Joel is about to leave, and Maria says, you were a refugee too, you know. And I was like, can you stop manipulating him? He just told you a couple of reasons why it just doesn't work all the time. So maybe work on solutions with him and not guilt trip him, because that's not gonna make him build faster. It's not, because Joel is not like, oh, we just can't let anyone in. I fucking don't want this to happen. He's like, dude, I want to help everybody, but we have limited space, and we still need to build more things. So I don't know what you want me to do. And yeah, guy's also nearly 60. Leave him alone. Yeah, like he's trying his best, man, and you're just trying to guilt trip him. I didn't like that. That was bullshit. But yeah, again, I like how Joel. We see how Joel is important to the town with his background in construction and stuff like that. I think that's pretty cool. Oh, the therapy session. We actually see one of the therapy sessions he goes to, and he pays with weed, which is kind of funny, I think. But basically, he's like, "Oh, hey, yo, that's what's up? What you want to talk about?" And it kind of goes about how, you know, Ellie is like, "Oh, she's so distant. I'm just trying to be. I'm overprotective. I know. I'm not trying to be this as much anymore. I'm trying to figure things out. Blah blah blah." But she's just, she lives in the garage. She moved into the garage, and I never should have allowed that. Things like that. And she's basically like, oh, God, it's boring. You're basically just telling me problems that basically every 19-year-old does. Like, it's just a problem those teenagers do. So you're clearly hiding something from me. Like, so what are you doing? And Joel just kind of looks around the room, and it's her birthday, which is one thing to point out, because she says, you know, this is my first birthday without my husband in 41 years. So I already had some whiskey. I was like, oh, great, so you're drunk, so I'll probably just come back later. It's like, no, it's fine. And she goes on to say, it's like, you know what? I'm gonna put the truth on the table and then see what happens. And she basically says that he hates him because he had to kill her husband. And she resents and hates him for it, because I assume he got infected and he had to shoot him so he doesn't infect more people, which, you know, makes sense. That's a thing that can happen in this universe. And basically he's like, okay, now that I said anything, it's in the air. Now it's your turn. And it's like, what happened with Ellie? Something happened. Did you hurt her? And he's like, no. And you see like him cracking up. And it's like one of those scenes that's like, oh, yeah, Pedro Pascal, you're actually like a really good actor. I still wish you wouldn't be in like everything and everyone's show. So you can do more serious projects that are actually like really good. But that's a whole other topic. Because this kind of cracks down and he's like, no. And just gets up and says, I saved her. And then he leaves. So yeah, because the she's just trying to figure out what he's hiding. And of course they're playing with the thing that he never told Ellie that he killed all the fireflies and that they actually didn't get to experiment on her or, you know, find anything. But yeah, the thing is I'm already on board with Joel. He did save her. Ellie never got a choice, so I'm already on board with this. But I think it's a neat idea that he struggles a little bit with the choice. I think that's worth exploring. But I think we're not gonna do that anymore because as to where the episodes end, because I think next episode, maybe he might be in the next 2 episodes. I'm get a feeling. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, I like the idea that they explore this a little bit. But he's kind of like, no, I saved her. I don't know if we get any more of this. I feel like we don't. But I guess it's nice that they kind of explore that it's still on his mind, which would make sense. But yeah, didn't mind that scene. So far, like the things that happened with Joel, I actually enjoyed the most. Can't wait for him to be getting golfed upon. Jesus Christ. Yeah, also another, like a small thing that made a bit more sense to me is that Joel and Ellie live in the same place. It's not like she has her own big fuck-off house. She lives in Joel's garage, basically. Which makes a lot more sense to me, because especially after they told us in the show that they are running out of space. So her just living in a garage makes much more sense to me. But yeah, Joel goes into her room, is like, hey, what's up? You know, right? You've been playing much, and he basically grabs the guitar that you see in the show, and he just grabs it. I can fix it for you. So yeah, it's like in the show. It's awkward between the two, which see, I was kind of on board with them starting a little before the show. I wish they would have started even longer before the show. Just so we can, as I already pointed out after my first stream, that we can explore the town and what's been going on. We get like bits and bobs of it here, but still not enough for me where I'm like, yeah. I think they already missed the opportunity to just show us what's going on in the town for a bit longer. I mean, they give us something, but I think we need some more in the way they did it, especially what we go into soon with the patrol. That's not the way you should have done it, because after the first episode, I hate Ellie and Dina more than I already did after starting to play this game. Which is a shame, because I liked Ellie from the first game, but this Ellie is absolutely insufferable, and they made it worse in the episode. We'll get there soon. So yeah, actually, I say soon. We're doing it right now. The garage scene, that's it. Way more important, the patrol. And oh boy, was it a doozy. That whole fucking patrol, gee, boy. I actually stopped the episode like 2 times while this was happening because I couldn't believe what the fuck they were doing to the characters of Dina and Ellie. So Ellie is like kind of prepping her guns and gets picked up by Dina. It's like, hey, what's up? It's like, patrol is now ready? Ah, damn. And then they go to the patrol, and Jesse is there waiting for them. And it's like, oh, well, now that we're 5 minutes late, I'm gonna make it quick. Strike number 1. Really wanted to go to the patrol? 5 minutes late. Awesome. Good start. And then Jesse starts his briefing. It's like, oh, do the thing, blah, blah. But he doesn't even get far into it. Because fucking Dina all of a sudden holds up her hand. And he's like, yeah, what's up?
Hi, should we stick to the road, scan the countryside, hit our checkpoints, and sign the logbooks?
And then rolls her eyes at Ellie. When he says, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. When Jesse says, like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. It's like, wow, awesome. Can you just let him do his fucking job after you turn up late to the patrol you wanted to be on so desperately? Absolute fucking dickhead. And he's not even mean or anything. He just starts talking like a normal person. And then Ellie not even supposed to be on the patrol, and now it's just hindering their progress. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. He's like, okay, yeah, but you're not only going to do this, you're gonna put up some signs if it's like danger or not. There's like some yellow and black things or something. It's not too much of a deal because that's just an extra thing they're supposed to do. And he's just trying to do his job. And Elliot, someone says, you know, I'm just like you're just only 4 years older than me. So, like, basically tell him, so why are you commanding me around when you're only 4 years older? It's his fucking job. He's supposed to brief you, and then you fuck off to your patrol. By the way, there's 3 other people in this patrol. And the way they already are, Dina and Ellie are like over here as a pack. And the other 3 are over there in the pack. And they don't even patrol together. Like, Dina and Ellie are always doing like their own thing, while the other one's doing their other thing up there. So, absolutely great. They don't even want anything to do with the rest of the patrol. And just to see what a fucking classy lad Jesse is, he goes up to them after he is done, in private. It's like, hey, seriously though, can you take this like more seriously? Like, I'm just trying to do my job. Like, why are you just being such a bitch, basically? So he's like being super fucking professional, while these two cunts,
What's your profanity?
I can't put it any other way, just being like, why are you so uptight, blah blah blah. It's like, this is the job, they need to do this. Jesse has no reason to be as nice to them as he is. And yeah, and then they talk about the New Year's party or something real quick, if they're gonna come over there. And we go on patrol. We go on patrol, and then I just said it. They have some teenage banter, which I don't give a shit about, which is very reminiscent of the first stream I had when I first walked around with Ellie and Dina. It's like, oh, you do this, oh, you like someone else, blah, blah. We already know they're gonna be scissoring soon, so who cares? So, whatever. So, they're like a little bit back, the other 3 in front. Should have mentioned, there's this one lady who's called Kat. She's the team leader for this. Like, hey, listen to her, just do the patrol. If anything happens, if anything is suspicious, come back. We're gonna send a squad to check it out. You're just doing recon. So this is a pure recon mission. No shooty bangs, no shenanigans. Simple as that. You might be wondering why I point this out specifically. I bet you can't guess what's happening in this patrol. So the patrol finds blood on the floor. And Ellie and Dina catch up to them, and they see the blood. And like, oh, awesome! And they ride off in the direction where the blood is leading them. And Kat's like, what are you doing? We're gonna go back. And patrol's like, no, we're just gonna recon. Let's recon. And they just go. And they just all follow them. It's like, okay. So there's blood on the floor, looks very suspicious. There's a trail of blood going in the other direction. So yeah, maybe let's do that. So Kat's basically, the team leader says something and they immediately ignore what she said. It's like, okay, cool. They reach like a building, which I think is the same building that you go into as in the game. I'm not 100%. Yeah, it is, because it has like the dog thing, the dog meme as being the employee of the month, right? Oh, so yeah, Jesse did say they could do 1 or 2 infected. Yeah, but if they're like on the way, they can get them out. But at this point, they have like a big blood trail that goes pretty far in that direction. And they reach a thing and they find like this big carcass of a bear, which is like annihilated. Which was it also a bear in the game? I already don't remember. For some reason, I remember a deer and not a bear, but I could be misremembering. But yeah, there's like, oh, that's suspicious. That must have been some ravaged things. It's a moose. Ah, see? Okay, yeah, there you go. Like, oh, wow, that's probably... Okay, well, you happy now? Asks Kat, the team leader. Are you happy now? We're gonna go back now and tell them that there's probably a group of them around here somewhere who just absolutely annihilated this bear. So, yeah, maybe we shouldn't do... That's what we're gonna do. And Ellie and Dina get off their horse, and it's like, okay, we're gonna go in this building now and check it out. And it's like, no, you're not. It's like, and they just walk over there and they say shit like, oh yeah, maybe someone needs help in there, or there might be a toddler in here, or there might be the people that need help. And I was like, no, they don't. And then they just go in, and Kat says, we'll give them 5 minutes. So if you need any more reason for them to never ever be on any patrol ever again, I think I already told you more than enough. To never ever let them ever on any patrol ever again. But here we are, 5 years, and already been told she's reckless. And in they go. And of course, we got two infected in there. And then they do like these hand gestures. And I think that's a clip that went around on Twitter as well, where they're just kind of goofing around. But it starts normal, it's like, you go there with the knife, and then they use like the light to show like, grab the bottle to do the thing, and blah, blah, blah. But then they just kind of goof around, especially Ellie goes like, has like the knife in her hands, goes like, I was like, Jesus Christ, there's people waiting outside. Like, it started fairly normal, but then they just go into goofy banter, goofing off while this is happening. It's like, fucking hell. Absolutely insufferable. I really don't like these two at all in the show. I mean, I didn't really like them in here, but here they were just more like teenagers being like teenagers, but in the show, they're just actually completely insufferable. So yeah, they're just kind of looking around as well. And so basically, it's so annoying. So they kill these two, like, oh man, we did it, and then Ellie falls through the floor onto the bottom floor of the thing, I think it's like an old market or something, or an old shop. And it's like the meme with the dog. It's like, oh, before we go, you need to look at the dog meme here. The dog is and then they fall through the floor. And it's like, oh, I look for a way out for you. Just stay put, blah, blah, blah. And he just kind of looks around the shop. And we see in the back, we see a little crawly infected. An infected that crawls around. Sneaking. Not making any noise. I was like, oh, that's new. I don't know this from the games. Maybe I haven't encountered them yet. Interesting. So basically, Ellie hears that there's like hears something at some point. And I don't know if I like where they go with Ellie right now, because she's basically not super cautious, but she gets like her shotgun out, and it looks like she's like in hunting mode, like she's hunting infected for fun now. Which kind of takes away all the tension you have with infected. Because at some point she spots the infected and looks at her, and she's like,
Run at me, fucker. Run at me!
what are you doing? What if there's more? Don't you want to like be in a corner? And like these were supposed to be scary. But she just goes like head on. It's like, run at me. And then it just kind of goes around, blah, 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 blah. And it basically gets her by surprise. And Ellie gets bit. Ellie gets fucking bit again. She gets bit in her belly or something, which I've just found funny. I just find it hilarious that she gets bit immediately when she gets cornered. And you know they do like thing. She fights the infected off, and we cut away. And I was my thought was like, well, that's a problem. Not for her. I mean, it's just a bite mark. That's not the problem. But surely, if there's been encounters with infected, this town, of course, because why wouldn't you? Of course, they have a station where it's like, oh, encounter. Please step into this cabin so I can check you out from top to bottom to see if you have any scratches or bite marks. If you don't have the station in this kind of scenario of apocalypse, you are retarded. Anyway, they don't have a station like this, and we cut it to them being inside the city. She just hit it, and she just goes inside. And then in her garage, she just kind of makes a cut out of it. She has she has bite marks, and she cuts through the teeth prints to make it look like a cut, and then bandages it up. So I don't think this is just gonna come up again. They should just do it with anyone coming away from anything every time, and with all the new people. Yeah, for sure. But at least when they have encounters with infected, they should check them out 100%. But yeah, they are at the council meeting where they report, hey, there was this crazy new infected that was kind of smart. And I was like, oh shit, it was just like not a weird happening. It was like a new thing. So they're introducing a new form of infected that hunts people smartly. And I googled, it was like, oh, is that a thing I haven't encountered yet in this game? No, apparently that's a completely new thing. So this is like a stalker infected dealio. So it's completely new. So I assume there's gonna be more of them in the show, where they have to be careful. So yeah, that's like a whole new thing. I don't know if that's gonna be good or bad yet, but here we are. It's a whole new thing. Yeah, I don't know. And then they have like this council meeting going on, and it's like Tommy again points out that they shouldn't have gone in there, and then Ellie says back to him, "Oh, as if you and Joel wouldn't have gone in there." It's like, first of all, that doesn't matter. But then Tommy says, "Oh, that's different." It's like, no, you don't need to answer her. Get her off patrol, put her on the guard duty forever, or make her go build some fucking houses. We need more of those, apparently. Clearly, she's not adult enough, not grown up enough to fucking do patrols. Like, it's insane. They can't be dealing with this kind of shit when this much is at stake. Like one scratch, one bite, and someone is infected and dead. You can't have someone reckless going around. It's just, you can't do it. But yeah, she's still uppity in front of the council, so that's just fucking stupid. And then the show, we end the town scenes with the party. We talk about I've only seen talked about. I think we get a scene at some point here. What happened with the bartender man, he calls them slurs or whatever. By the way, Dina getting wasted at that party, even though she got early duty in the morning. If you need any more reasons to not make her go on patrols, there is another one. In front of Jesse, just gets his drink and just fucking downs it. It's like, okay, guard duty. Go fucking clean the latrines or something. These two are clearly not made to do any fucking patrols. Like, they're just not. No, this kind of attitude. You just can't have this. It's too risky. Just way too risky. But yeah, they have the dance. They make out, Dina and Ellie, and then Bigot Sandwich Man is like, slur. Actually, I don't know if YouTube allows that word to be said. The D word? I've never heard it used a lot before. But he calls it like a lesbian slur or something. You missed the thing where Tommy says it's different. Maria sides against him. I mean, it shouldn't be different. They shouldn't go in there as well. If the rules were don't go check things out too hard if it's super suspicious. Come back and we send a squad. Shouldn't count for them. But they were going for the funny. No, it wasn't. It would be different. That's just dumb. But yeah, it's pretty much what they explained in the game, where then Joel comes from the side and pushes him over. He leaves. Ellie yells at him, it's like, I don't need your protection, meh. And then he goes home and fixes the guitar. And she goes home, looks at Joel, angry. He's like, why are you protecting me? I'm a teenager. Tommy and Joel have 20 years experience with young adults. Oh yeah, with that for sure. But orders are orders. If the orders are come back when something suspicious happens so we can send a proper squad, they should still do this. It's obviously different if they go in with the experience, and they would probably do a better job, 100%. But if we go by just the orders alone, they should also go back. But the most important part is that they shouldn't even have said that. It's just like, no, you just defied orders, so shut up, Ellie, basically. Yeah, this is how the town scenes end. We got 2 more things happening. One, and I'm gonna go back a little bit in the earlier part of the episodes. There's like a pipe they knock up, they break, and there's dry like fungus stuff in there. But apparently they didn't check it properly because that fungus was not really properly dry. It actually, you see some tendrils coming out in the night. So they're giving us an explanation as to why there's a massive horde of zombies infected coming in the game, or, well, in the show later as well. Which is, I don't know, that seems like a big oversight by whoever opened up that pipe. That they didn't check it properly. That's quite a massive fuck up on their end. And then, ending shot, Abby arrives with the squad. I guess they took some time to find them. And yeah, that's the first episode of the show. Absolutely horrific. It was really bad. And I had the same feeling that I had starting this game. And with the context of the game, they actually made it worse. Because Ellie and Dina should not be in any fighting capacity whatsoever. So yes, there you go. Now I spent like probably over 30 minutes talking about the show. There you go. It's super, yeah, everyone is responsible. It's really, that seems like a fuck up that should not happen. If you find like a strand of fungus, even if it's dry, you want to cut into it or something, or tuck away at it to see if there's any living ones in there. Yeah, pretty bad stuff. Liked a couple of the Joel things, but that's about it. And now I get to look forward to watch more of it next week, and I will tell you all about that as well, probably, because I get to talk about the show while playing the game for the first time. So hooray! Yeah. We're in the second episode, and you know what? I will dub this episode "The Golfening," which I think might be a good name for just the Rando rant in general. So I'll do that, because yes, I'm gonna say it right away. Joel doesn't make it through this episode. Joel is donezo. My prediction was he's gonna make it like 2 more episodes, 3 more episodes. Maybe we get some more stuff from Joel in the town, which I think would make a lot of sense if you want to have some more Joel in the show, more Pedro Pascal. So, no, he doesn't make it. Also, a quick correction from the last video, stream, rant, wherever you watch this. The stalkers are not new. I think that has been established during the last stream after I did the rant on it. Apparently they were in 1. I legit do not remember them at all because they're not really treated as a new thing. So I think I just killed them without noticing they were stalking me. But there were a couple of them in the stream I did the rant on. So they just make a bigger deal out of it in the show, so they're not new. And I just got confused because when I googled it, it sounded to me like they introduced something completely new. But I guess they just meant they introduced it newly in the show. So, yeah. Quick correction on that one. They are not a completely new thing. So, yeah, there you go. In any case, we start the episode with a little dream sequence where we see Abby having a little nightmare. Basically talking to herself, telling her to not go through this door, which is the door to the operating room, in order to make her not see whatever brain is splattered across the wall. Then she wakes up, and they all realize, because now it's the day, because as you remember, they arrived at night last time. They look at the town, and they're like, oh, damn, this is like a whole big old town we're against with, so that's gonna complicate things for us. And they wonder, they point out, you know what, that's a bit of a problem, because I already did some watch, and apparently they have massive security, they have patrols, they have a wall, they have dogs, and they have 4 main gates, and it's gonna be incredibly tough to even get in there. So that's gonna be a problem. And even if by some miracle they manage to get in there, they don't even know where Joel is in there. You're like, oh, okay, so they actually just directly point out the problems they have to face if they even want to get in there. And Abby suggests, well, we can grab a patrol and make them talk, threaten them or something. And then one of the other girls in there, or ladies in there, is like, but Abby, we said we're not gonna hurt anyone else except Joel. It's like, okay. And Abby says like, oh, well, so, yeah, we're just gonna pretend to. We're just gonna threaten them. Don't worry. We're not hurting anyone. Haha, yeah. We're not so bad, actually. We just want the one guy we deem to be wrong. And that already feels a bit like a cop. I was like, see, that's why they didn't kill. They're not gonna kill whoever is with Joel at the time being. Because as you will see very soon, they switched around who's actually with Joel and who is with Ellie, which is quite interesting. But there's some others in there that also obviously point out, well, we obviously just can't let them go if we threaten them, because that's going to be problems in the future. So, you know, got a little bit of different opinions here, not too bad. So yeah, it's in their minds, and we're going to have to see how they deal with it. Because they specifically point out what a big undertaking this is going to be. But if this goes anywhere like in the show, we know they don't have to deal with it. We'll see how that is very soon. But yeah, now that they have pointed out the problems, it's time to see what their ideas are and how to solve them in the future. And the one guy says, I completely forgot his name, it's Ellie, it's Abby's boyfriend here. And he says, you know what, I got a plan, but I need some time to crystallize this plan. So Abby goes on her watch, the first watch, and he tells the other one when she's gone, actually my plan is to convince her to not go through with this plan. Because if we go through with this plan, we are not gonna make it. Because this is a suicide mission, there's no way we're gonna make this. Owen Moore. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the guy. Owen, thank you. We got there eventually. So yeah, his plan is to convince her to not go through with it, because it's a crazy thing to do. There's no way we're gonna get up and fight this whole city, because that's, quite frankly, insanity. We then cut to Ellie in her bed, being sleepy, and Jesse coming around. Sorry, I mean Lester. I can't mix up the memes. But I mean Jesse. Jess picks up Ellie, and we basically have like the same scene from the video game where she gets woken up. He's like, I'm gonna get you for the patrol. And they have like the little conversations like, oh, I heard things happened last night. Is everything okay? And Ellie starts talking about, oh, Dina was drunk and high, so she gave me a kiss and whatever. So yeah, and then Jesse makes the kind of memes around like, oh man, I can't believe you did that after we've been broken up for 1 week. But obviously he's just like, oh yeah, I don't actually care. I already knew about that anyway. I meant about the whole you and Joel having a fight and Seth, the bigot sandwich man. So yeah, nothing too crazy there. So let me get this here. Dunzo. So yeah, that's pretty much the same as in the show. They make their way to the patrol, and we already hear is like, oh, Joel, Jesse and Ellie are gonna go on the patrol. Like, oh, that's already different because we in the game went with Dina and had a whole thing going on, and yeah, so apparently they're going to patrol. But Ellie says at some point, because she's annoyed with Jesse all the time, she says, well, no offense, but I'm gonna do my patrol with Joel because you kind of go on my nerves because you keep asking about me and Joel. Me and Joel, it's complicated between us, but it's still us. We're gonna be fine. Just stop talking about us and stop worrying, basically. And I just like, again, that, like in episode 1, she just says like, you know what? I know we're supposed to do patrol, but I'm gonna do it with someone else. And it's like, oh god. The thing is, she knows she can get away with it because the show showed us that she can get away with all these things. So it's really annoying. But that's not happening because Joel already went out on patrol with Dina earlier in the day. So they're already on the road, meaning that's not happening. So, as I said, we get Jesse and Ellie on the patrol. And Dina and Joel are currently on the patrol already. So they switched those characters already out. So, interesting. Let's see what we do with that, I guess. Also, Ellie just can't stop swearing. Just seems like, oh, suck my dick, fucking whatever, fucking 1,000, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, they also point out that another patrol with other people, they found bodies beneath the snow. Those are infected. And apparently there were a couple of infected that used the corpses as like, to keep warm and not die or something. I wasn't really entirely sure what they meant with this, but I'm just more confused as to why there's a whole group of infected just out here in nowhere, basically, and they didn't see it beforehand. It's gonna be a bit more weird soon because they start to explain why there is a horde later in the show, or later in the episode, like the same horde that we we run away from in the game, where while I was playing was like, why is there a big ass horde here? Like, what is happening? That's weird. But hey, before they go on the patrol, Jess says, hey, let's go by the restaurant.
Past that checkpoint gate.
Let's go to the restaurant because Maria wants to talk to you. And we basically get the same scene between Bigot Sandwich Man and Ellie, except we don't have the Bigot Sandwich line anymore. They got rid of that one. But basically, they go up to to Seth. I think his name was Seth, I'm pretty sure. And it's like, oh, Seth, you got anything to say? And he's like, yeah, I had a bit too many brewskis. I was out of line. I shouldn't have said what I said. So yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. Again, like in the video game, he has a pretty honest apology going on. And also it's like, here, I made you some sandwiches for the road. Grab them. And Ellie just says, oh yeah, it happens to every one of us, saying things we never thought of before. I was like, listen, you don't need to accept any apology you get, but do you need to be so childish about it? Like, come on. And it says, yeah, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have thought it in the first place. Yada yada. And he just says he's generally sorry, basically. And Ellie just turns around and leaves. So, yeah, it's pretty much the same. Little different, like little tweaks here, I guess, to make it a bit different. So I'm looking if there's anything to jump onto here. But in essence, the same. He just apologizes, and they're off on patrol. Pretty much. Oh, there was also a drill in that restaurant where Maria says, oh yeah, it's just a drill, it doesn't have anything to do with it. So I got a little confused here, because the way it looks, it feels like they do the drill because they're worried about the bodies. And I was like, oh, maybe they actually did realize the pipes were full of infected fungus stuff. But later in the show, they smash the pipe and then see that there's like fungus growth in there. So I guess that was just a drill. But then between those two scenes, we also have a thing where they load up on ammunition on the walls. So it looks like they expect something to happen. But when that happens, there's a guy coming around, there's fungus in the thing, and then they see the horde approach. So it's a bit weird. I was a bit confused as to what they actually want me to show. I think that was just a random drill, which just happened to be here, in case something happens. But I think they put this here to show us, hey, they are prepared in case a horde happens. So it was like, yeah, it was a bit weird in terms of stuff going on. So yeah, you might notice Tommy doesn't even leave the settlement for these patrols, because Joel and Dina are out on one and Ellie and Jesse on the other one. So Tommy stays inside, and you might make the connection, oh, I think something is gonna happen in the town, and he's gonna be busy there. Oh yes, they just kind of do things in the town, and then that big old storm approaches and they call out to the patrols they are on. And it's like, hey, come back to base, the storm is way too harsh. And Jesse says, oh, we're too far out, but I know a place where we can hold up until the storm goes away, and then we come back. And they're like, alright, that's cool, no problem, let's do that. You guys go hole up and just let me know when something is up. And when you're on the way back. Which means they go into a place which is full of weed, and that's Eugene's weed place. The same place you go into with Dina, or a similar place. I think in the game it was more like a basement, but it is still just it's a place that's full of weed that Maria doesn't know about. And Jesse just took it away. And yeah, Eugene is still dead, and they kind of talk a little bit and say how Eugene was in Vietnam back in the day, and he wasn't a Fireflies, but he left in 2010 because he was sick of killing people, and point out that it's a shame that Joel had to put him down and that there was no saving. And Ellie's kind of like, yeah, no saving. Of course, this is another instance where we should be like, oh, what if it would have worked? And once again, so far in that show, it's never brought up that she wasn't asked to die for the experiment, conducted by someone, at least according to the game, if we draw those comparisons, because those are very close, that has never done an operation like this before, and that apparently there were other instances of experiments like this that have failed to make a cure. And there's also, all of this doesn't even include the plan as to how the Fireflies would distribute such a theoretical cure, and why they wouldn't include organizations like Fedra in it, who clearly should have the better type of resources to even do things like this. But of course, even like in the show, and of course in this game, Fedra have been rather absent overall. I don't even know if Fedra even comes up in this game or the show ever again. But yeah, they don't seem to be a factor in anything anymore. So I don't know if this changes throughout the show. I don't know how far the show is gonna go. I just know I haven't seen really a lot of Fedra stuff in here, except like abandoned QZs. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. So yeah, they just still try to do like, what if it worked? I don't know. We go back to Abby, and Abby is on her patrol or her watch, and she spots two people on horseback. It's like, ooh, it's a patrol. Let me go check that out, because she also says, oh, fuck it, and just is about to leave, and then she sees the patrol. So instead of seeing footprints after going through the section in the... because in the game you go through a section, and then you see footprints, and then you cut back to Ellie. Here you see her spot two people on horseback. She can't see who it is. And it's like, I'm gonna follow them now. And she kind of tries to go down carefully, like a very steep, snowy hillside. But she slips and slides all the way down to a place that is full of snowy infected, which actually looks like the thing that happens to you in the game in the beginning. So it feels like they kind of switch those around to do what they do next. So this is actually hilarious, because this scene that happens now, which is, she sees those infected, the floor starts to cave in, and a horde of infected comes out and starts running after her. This is one part of the horde that gets activated, which goes after the town soon, and all of them. Which means Abby is also responsible for the town being more swarmed than it's already gonna be. We're just like, oh, I don't know if I like that choice, because she tripped and fell. She activated a whole bunch of infected that are here for some reason. And just kind of runs away. She sees a wall, she jumps up, there's a ladder, she pulls herself up, she goes through the thing. They do the scene with the fence like in the game, but they make it even more claustrophobic. Like the fence is like right up at her, like there's even less space. And just like in the game, she gets saved by Joel. So, remember how I said they pointed out all these things they have to take care of in order to even get into this thing? Screw that stuff. We just stumbled upon Joel anyway, just like in the game. So that contrivance is still there. The only difference is we have Dina there instead of Tommy. So yeah, that did not change. She still just stumbles across Joel. So that's awesome. Still very lucky for her that happens. And yeah, she activated a whole horde of people, of infected, that now go after this, the town very soon. And of course, they have something like, are you fine? Are you bit? All those stuff's like, no, I'm fine. And immediately she sits down, kind of takes a breath, and Dina goes like, Joel! So she instantly knows like, oh shit, this is a Joel. But the way it's shown is like she knows it's the Joel. Because, I don't know, she just assumes that's the Joel. It's like, man, you know, there's like more people that are called Joel, you know, even in this sound thing. But yeah, Gina just says Joel immediately, so she knows. Oh, by the way, she lost her rifle and her sidearm on the way here, because she immediately goes for her sidearm when she hears Joel, but she doesn't have any guns anymore. She had like an M16, I think, or an M4 or something, an assault rifle, and a sidearm. She lost both of them, even though the sidearm was in a holster. So I'm not even entirely sure how that happened. I would need to go back to check it. Play a clip right now, Future Metal, if there is a scene where you can see how she lost her guns. Thank you.
Stand, it's gone.
So yeah, it is interesting though, because in the game you play as Abby and shoot a bunch of zombies and stuff. So it is interesting because it seems like they are starting to try to patch up some inconsistencies here and there. Like, where's the horde coming from? Why doesn't Abby just kill him right here? But the way they get there are like really stupid. So it's kind of funny. We see some admittance of failure here. And there's got to be more, but they're not going to help with the overall episode because it's still dog shit. Oh, also, Dina is the one who immediately asks, hey, where the fuck did she come from? Who are you? You know, a thing that Joel should probably ask instead of Dina, but Dina is the one who does, so that's kind of annoying. It's a Matt season with 2 Superchats, thank you very much. It makes no sense that Abby's friend would stick with her for 5 years hunting down some random old man. Yeah, he killed Abby's dad, but I can't see in a world this broken and resource poor that her friends would entertain this grudge for this long. It seems weird. I was thinking about that as well, and I think I would have touched upon it a little bit later, but I'm going to do it now. Because I was thinking the same thing. I don't even know why they're so hell-bent on her being like the leader person of this group. And they just all go with what she says. Like, I don't know if we get some more context for that later, or maybe there's some context in the game. But I was thinking the same thing earlier today after watching the episodes. Like, why are they even going with her? Why is she the leader? Because I don't really get it. I feel like Owen seems like much more in the leadership. He seems much more stable as a person, obviously, because he doesn't go after like a revenge grudge. So yeah, I don't know why that is. If anyone knows, let me know because I'm curious. But I just don't know what gives her the leader position and why they all went with her. Because it seems like her mission is not to avenge all the fallen soldiers of the Fireflies. It's only because she wants revenge on Joel for killing the doctor. Her dad, by the way. Which I just got reminded by the show who he was, because I forgot before that. So yeah, yeah, it's weird. So yeah, Dina asked where she comes from, not Joel, but we don't really get to do anything. We see a quick scene with Tommy, who's like talking to a radio operator, who's trying to contact Joel and Dina, but I guess the storm is too crazy, so she can't reach them. And he tells her, try every 10 seconds and let me know if you get anything. And Tommy goes back to check on the town stuff. And now here, as I already mentioned, in the settlement, they dismantled more of the pipe. And they now realize that there's live fungus in there. And this is also when they realize at the same time, there's already a horde running towards them. We see them open the pipe. The guy rips out stuff with like a pickaxe or something, or like I'm not sure. And it's like, oh shit, there's live fungus in there. I don't know why they decided to do that during the snowstorm. That's like super strong, but I guess that's they got time. That's the least of my issues. And yeah, before he can even tell Tommy what's up, they already see a massive horde of infected coming their way. Massive horde of infected. Like, it's so many infected. You see it? It is a very large amount of infected, where you feel like, oh, they're screwed. It was quite jarring how many there were. But yeah, another little patch that they tried to put in here is like, see, they aggravated the horde as well when they worked on the pipe, and now they realize what they did, but it's too late because there's a big horde coming their way. And it's before or after the scene. I'm not entirely sure anymore, but you see them. You see Joel, Dina, and Ellie. Not Ellie. Joel, Dina, and Abby right away from the horde, and you see the horde just moving away from them, meaning they aggravated the horde, so they just all go, okay, bye. We're not interested in you anymore. So the horde is not after Joel and the others anymore. So they take away that piece from them that we get in the game scene, where they go against the fence and they can't do the thing, can't get past them. We go quickly back to Ellie and Jesse, and they get a radio call. It's like, hey, have you heard about Joel and Dina? Because we can't reach them on the radio anymore. And they're like, oh shit. And then the communications goes down, and they go out, say they have about like 20 minutes before the storm gets too strong, and they split up to find and try to find Ellie and go along the patrol side or something, the patrol routes, I guess. By the way, the visuals of the snowstorm have been pretty inconsistent throughout the episode. Like, sometimes they cut to like a white shot and there's like no snow at all, and then they go back in again and then there's a snowstorm again. I feel like they fucked that up. It's like really inconsistent. Like in some parts I thought it's like, oh, I guess the snowstorm is done now, and then it's just back and it's like, oh, I guess it's not done. So yeah, that was something I noticed. So many infected we see here. It's actually insane. Which also makes me wonder. It makes me wonder why there's so many infected in this, frankly, godforsaken place where they build their town. The thing is, they have patrols and everything that go around all the time. And somehow they didn't realize there's like groups forming, getting ready for the winter. I mean, they're going around like every day on patrols. Like, I don't know why there's, like, this massive amount of infected here anymore. I feel like it should be the opposite. There should barely be any infected at all here. It should probably be close to 0 if they just go around and clear out places all the time. Infected shouldn't even be that big of an issue. There should be some stragglers here and there, but if you're, like, out here, I don't know why there would be these large amounts of infected without them noticing beforehand. Like, they say they found them buried under the snow on their patrol routes. So, why didn't they notice them even earlier? Like, I don't get it. They should be seeing, like, wait, there's, like, this weird thing happening where like, all these infected collect here and start burying down into the fucking snow. I guess the zombies waited... I want to say zombies all the time. You know what I mean. The infected waited for... when the snow fell and then hunkered down, I guess. I don't know. It's crazy. So yeah, there's so many infected and there's no way they wouldn't see those with all these frequent patrols. Yeah, it's really stupid. Anyway, we go to the town and we see they start defending themselves. They have a whole bunch of guns up there. They get ready. They have like things flap open where they roll stuff down that's flammable and stuff like that. And it's a lot of people. And we also see, and here's another thing that gets Joel distracted, which they try to justify why he just gets beaten, just falls for those new people that hunker down in this thing. He's distracted by the town being basically on fire right now. Oh yeah, they look down. They realize this thing is, the town is under attack. But you don't really see any more infected from up here. It looks like they already got things under control. It was really weird. Like, it looked like there was like a massive horde going around. But they don't really see any from up there. There should be like a swarm of them. But it looks like they're already done. You'll see the visual here. Like, see? That's look how there's nothing here. There's nothing here. Abby is like, no, we're almost at the lodge. My friends are there. We have guns, blankets, and weapons. They can fight. We can help you go back. They go up the lodge, and we go to the town. And we got the big siege. The big siege is going down. So, how do we explain the siege the best? It's really stupid. And it's the way they defend themselves is very risky to stupid. So, on one hand, they have a big wall that they made out of wood. Remember the word wood. Wood is important in this. Actually, most of the town is made out of wood. So they have like these flaps that go down, and they... First of all, they wait for the first wave to just crash into the wall. For some reason, they don't start shooting before that, or just very close before they hit the wall. I don't know why they don't start shooting immediately. They have guns, they have range, that's what you use them for. So you see a bunch of them crash into the thing. Then they're like, now, roll it down now. They roll down barrels, which I assume is fuel barrels or just barrels with just flammable stuff in there. Flammable, that might be an issue for your wooden walls and houses and everything. So they roll them down, they fall onto the ground, they start shooting the thing, and then they have to legit throw torches at those barrels to light them up, and then some of them explode, and they get a whole bunch of them. That works well. But now you have a shit ton of infected that are on fire, piling up at your wooden fucking wall. That's a problem, because wood is pretty flammable, in case you didn't know. Somehow the wall doesn't catch on fire, but later you see stuff in the town on fire. So I get the idea that you want to do something like this, but maybe you want to prep stuff that's like further outside and explode them there instead of having a thing that rolls down and then shoot it and throw a torch of them. And they somehow all hit the barrels perfectly as well. So that's pretty lucky that is happening. So they do their thing. They start shooting things. They pile up, they do things, and their main plan for the rest of the town is go into the basements and roofs, so all the civilians, like everyone who can't fight, like women, children, old people, other people who don't use weapons or whatever, like all kinds of people, like go down the basement, lock the doors, and then everyone else with guns goes on the rooftops and protect the streets, stay out of the streets. So they take aim from up there. By the way, something else that I noticed later on, when you see the wide shot, you see like the town. If you like imagine the town is like this. Where's the camera? There. It's like goes like this. Like no, if this is the town, most of the fire is like here, and there's so much wall here. It feels like they should just outnumber almost the infected they're fighting and just shoot them all down with all the guns they have. So this shouldn't be like a massive issue, and I don't think they even needed to set everything on fire. Because the way the numbers are here also don't really not add up. It's like kind of confusing to see how much they are. Because you see the wide shot, you don't even see a swarm anymore. But when you see them looking out into the distance, it's like a massive horde of zombies that come through the fog, or the storm rather. So yeah, I'm a bit confused about the numbers, especially when they start breaching the wall. And oh boy, when they breached the wall, I almost lost my fucking shit. So, you remember bloaters, right? It's like the big tanky guys you fight sometimes. They're quite tanky. I get that. They can be dangerous. Tommy sees that one singular bloater, there's one in the whole horde, one bloater. There's dozens on people on top of the wall that have guns, assault rifles, sniper rifles. So what you do is like, oh, there's this tank one. Everybody focus fire for like 5 seconds on that thing, and then it's done. Because we know we can kill them with guns. That's a thing you can do. What does Tommy do? And I couldn't believe my eyes. Tommy sees the bloater with a sniper rifle in his goddamn hand. He sees the bloater, still quite a bit away, starts running down the wall, yelling, "They gotta breach! They gotta breach!" Yells to the rooftops, "They will breach off the streets!" Like,
They're gonna breach! They're gonna breach! They're breaking through! Get ready!
what are you doing? Shoot the bloater! If he's such a big threat and he can actually breach your walls, shoot it! You have dozens of guns up there, dozens. But then we just cut to the wall, and the fucking bloater just punches through the wall. And then all the infected come in. I was like, what are you doing, mate? Shoot it! You have so many guns. I was baffled at that decision. And this is where it gets like really stupid. So infected swarm into the town. The town is fucked. Like, it's just fucked. They crash into shops, they go through windows, everything. They go everywhere. So instead of going to that one singular breach hole and surrounded with people and just start fucking blasting into that fucking opening. By the way, they have flamethrowers, which they will use, but not on this fucking breach opening. Tommy runs down the main street, like halfway, like I don't know how far away. It's quite a bit. And there's 3 other people waiting with flamethrowers. He gets the 4th one, and they stand there, wait for the horde to approach. Like, that's the only way the infected can go. Wall, and then they can go this way, or that way, and then possibly this way, wherever alleys are and gaps are between houses. They can go all these places, and he walks here, and then all the way back here to the main street where 4 people with flamethrowers wait. While the infected just go everywhere. It's like, what are you doing? This is not gonna help at all. This town is fucked. This town is screwed. This is done. done. And then you have everyone just shooting down the rooftops. Infected get up on the rooftops immediately. It's like, this is horrible. What are you doing? All you had to do was the bloater and you would have been fine. What a shitty fucking siege. It's I couldn't believe it. How do we get to the rooftops? Oh, they just go inside the houses and then walk up. They just all go, they crash for like windows and stuff. Like they crash everything in their way. They thrash it all. And then they just go on the rooftops, people get bit, they shoot everyone. It's so stupid. And then they all approach. Two of the guys with the flamethrowers immediately run away, which I just found funny because they were scared. Which I get it, that can happen. But yeah, there's like 2 people left. The other guy with the flamethrower gets bit and falls over like this. And then he starts flaming like something explosive, I think, or something. He flames something important, I think. I forgot what it is. I'll show it on screen. So it's only him left. He gets one of the infected. In the meantime, dozens of infected just go past him. Like, that plan just did not work whatever at all. It was actually comedic how horrifically bad this plan worked out. Like, everyone just swarms around. There's like infected going everywhere. It was embarrassing. It was so funny. And then he sees the bloater again, and he sees, oh no, the bloater is going in the direction where my wife is. He's gonna go up there. Doesn't matter, there's already like 12 infected that went inside the house and up the rooftops at the time. But that bloater, this bloater, man, I need to get him away from them. So he's like, hey, starts yelling at the bloater, like the bloater is gonna give a shit with all this noise. Gets his sight up, shoots the bloater. By the way, I'm pretty sure you see the bloater getting shot and not reacting at all. Like, he's like extra double super tanky. But somehow he gets the attention of the bloater. And the bloater goes after him, oh, how dare you. And he runs away, gets the bloater away, and he gets into like a side alley or something and realizes, oh shit, this is all like barricaded down. Basically cornering himself for whatever is gonna come his way. Lucky for him, in a way, only the bloater followed him. For some reason, this back alley is apparently the safest place to be in this whole invasion of the infected. Nothing is going on here. It's only him and the bloater coming around the corner, menacingly. Oh yeah, someone in chat just pointed out, there's just zombies running past him, infected running past him. They're like everywhere. They're like all across town now. So it's an absolute catastrophe of invasion happening right now. So he's in this corner, and the bloater comes around. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill you." Brr. I wish he would have said that. It would be fun. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill you," and it just goes after him. He still has the flamethrower, and he just fucking starts blasting that fucker. It's like crazy, and the bloater is like really hard to set on fire, apparently. Because I think they use like gas for the fire, not like napalm or something. Which is probably a good idea, to be honest. Imagine they would use like napalm flamethrowers or something. And now we're hitting like video game territory. That was very video gamey. Because he empties the whole flamethrower gas onto the fucking thing. And there's like a bit of fire up here with the bloater. And it's empty. He's like, oh, fuck. And he's like cowering in the corner. It's like, oh, no. And the bro's like, oh, I'm fine. And then almost approaches him. And then I guess all the damage everyone from the rooftops did. And the dot going through with all the fire on him, right? Let's say the bit of fire here. The dot deals enough damage. And the bloater falls over and dies after not reacting to any pain whatsoever before that. So I guess he just dealt enough damage to beat the boss before he got squashed. I was like... And the funniest thing is, he still has a sidearm, but decided not to use it immediately after emptying the flamethrower. I think there was like some time between where he was just like, oh god, oh no. And as soon as that fucker falls over, he gets a sidearm and runs back out. It was the plot armor here was crazy. In the meantime, all the infected are going around doing all kinds of craziness. Maria goes to the kennels and releases the dogs, like 20 dogs, and they go around and start biting the fuck out of infected. So, yeah, dog stampede, let's go. And yeah, the town gets swarmed hard, and that's that. Yeah, plot armor crazy for Tommy, obviously. If there would have been one more infected here, he would have been fucked. Yeah, so they're fighting now. If you want to know how they solve this problem of all the infected, don't worry about it. We cut back to it at the end of the episode, and they apparently won, I guess. There were losses. They have to shoot down someone who's gotten bit. We see that, so they implies like there's been losses with this fight. But how exactly? I guess they just clear everything out. They've done it. They've done it. There's probably like tons of stragglers around the city, but you know that's what's happening. Good times for sure. But yeah, that siege was horrifically bad. It's like really awful, baffling decisions, baffling defense mechanisms, and the same with zombies, dude. If you have guns, they are not a big problem. You can just shoot them. And again, there shouldn't be that many infected around these parts anyway. They're like in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's stupid. So yeah, I was definitely laughing at all of that. It's very funny, but very bad, of course. And now we get to the juicy bits, because we are at the lodge. It's time for the golfing chat. And immediately they have another thing where they try to patch something up. Because remember, in the game, you arrive at that lodge and there's a big fence, and that's where all the infected are trapped at, and then they arrive with the horses, and then they go outside, meaning there's like an extra layer where Joel could be like, by the way, what the fuck are you doing here around these places? I've never seen you before. But we don't get that. Instead, we have them being very cold, because the storm is so cold that Dina apparently has frostbite on her hand, even though she has like gloves on or something. I would need to check, but it would need to be incredibly fucking cold for that to happen while you're moving around and just got out of town. I don't know how long they've been out there, but apparently that storm is very cold. I just don't know. If someone wants to tell me that, I'm all ears. It seemed weird to me because I have no fucking idea. And I don't know if that's gonna mean anything for her in the long run, because I don't think we've dealt with frostbite in the game. Anyway, no horde, no fence. They go in and are cold. And again, another bit of patching of the thing that Joel is not asking more questions is he's currently very distracted by the town being seemingly in trouble for what reason or ever. Also, see, you can get frostbite in about 2-ish hours at freezing. Obviously, faster the colder it gets, but it's very slow. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how long they've been out there. They left before Dina and Ellie. Before Ellie and Jesse. God, my names are wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's fine. I just don't know if that has any repercussions ever in the show. I guess getting frostbite is not great if you're pregnant, though. I would imagine. Again, Joel is currently distracted by the town being in trouble, so they do something here where you can make it a little more believable that he's not asking questions. But Dina sees the backpack with the mercenary or the military patronage of the wolves. And Dina is wondering, oh, who the fuck, like, who are you guys? So they still have someone ask who they are without them directly answering, because they give them, like, treatment right now. Especially they give Dina treatment. Yeah, remember, they're only here for Joel. And then we do the whole thing. Abby tells them that he is Joel, and they have like some medicine, like tranquilizer stuff, and put her down to sleep for like an hour, because they don't want her to see what is about to happen. And still, Abby is hell-bent on annihilating him slowly, while a bunch of the other ones are not on board with it at all. They're like, kind of like uncomfortable. Which again begs the questions, why did they go with this for 5 years, trying to hunt down these people? But Abby wonders like, do you know who we are? And he's like, military? Raiders? I don't know. And he's like, fireflies? And he's like, yeah. And Abby says, there's no fireflies at all anymore. And I was like, what? They're like done after you get rid of them in the hospital, QZ, or the hospital? Because now I'm wondering, it's like, they after he killed the leader lady in the first game in the show, they just stopped after the past 5 years? I guess? I don't know if there's gonna be more context in the show or in the game later on that I don't know about yet, but that seems incredibly unlikely to me. Like, the leader dies, and there's no one else who's gonna go in there. They just disband, and no one takes over. And you're supposed to make me believe they were about to find a vaccine. They were about to find a vaccine, a cure for all this craziness, and no one wants to take over. And we get a number. Apparently, Joel killed 18 people in the show. 18 soldiers. And then I guess over the last 5 years, they were like, no, we're done. So, I don't know. I believe in the game it was that they all disbanded and spread out into different factions. Wolf was one of them. I mean, I guess that makes a little more sense. But it's kind of weird. That feels weird because they have like this big thing going on where they recruit all these people from all these QZs. And then the first time the leader is done so, they're just like, we're gonna disband to all our other things. Kind of like an actual cult, remove the leader and the cult is likely to be done for. Apparently so. But I know, I feel like if there's someone going around telling them, it's like, we were about to have a cure, we got like research done, is Joe Henry with them, then they would have succeeded. So now, something very interesting happens. So as you know, in the game here, they have not revealed yet what Joel knows about her. I don't know if we get this in the game at all, but what they do in the show is Abby tells Joel everything he needs to know to make a case for himself, to be like, huh, I should probably say something because what you're saying is not quite true. Because he tells them, oh, you went in there, you killed 18 soldiers, one of them my dad. An unarmed civilian, basically, is her defense, is her reasoning. And apparently the militia group they are a part of has a code of not killing anyone that can't defend themselves, but she wouldn't adhere to that code right here, because she will kill him. And it also really shouldn't count for a lawless piece of shit like Joel. Funny you say that, because you were part of the Fireflies, so we're going around killing Fedra people left and right. We're about to, you know, operate on a defenseless young girl that didn't know it's gonna sacrifice himself potentially for nothing. And you were part of a terrorist organization that just did very lawless things. Interesting. And they do the whole shebang with them shooting him in the leg before that. And I was trying to figure out in my brain how to phrase this correctly, because it's actually really crazy that they do this. Because while she says all of this, and Joel 100% has a case to make for himself here, he just fucking takes all of this, doesn't say a word, and just tells her at some point, shut the fuck up and do it already. That's all he says. It's why did you even bother? Why did you bother trying to patch some things up here and there where I'm like, okay, you kind of made it a little bit more believable in some instances. A little bit. Still kind of lame how things happen, but you give Joel a bit more urgency that he's not really super interested in what these people are. He wants to get back to town, wants to help Tommy, wants to help all the people. He's been going around with the town. He's been taken care of. So, you know, I get what they were doing here. But then we do this, and it's like, you just fucked it all up. It doesn't matter. You just rewritten these things. You switched out characters, started to do some patching up, and it amounted to nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it is hilarious how it is kind of an admission of defeat, the way they make Joel getting caught, by removing the horde that follows them and directing them to the town, removing the fence they hide behind initially in the game before going inside, and having Joel distracted by the town being on fire, basically. And they still try to convince the audience that Joel, in fact, did maybe something wrong, even though Druckmann already said himself he did the right thing. So I don't know what you want to do here. And funny enough, it's not even about killing all the fireflies anymore in there. It's you killed an unarmed doctor, failing to address that he was holding a scalpel towards Joel saying, I won't let you do this. Basically, I'm gonna fucking stab you with this. And then he gets shot. Not to mention he was still part of a fucking terrorist organization. So forgive me for not giving a shit. He shot him in the fucking head after being threatened with a scalpel. Okay? So what do you want me to do? You started by getting me a little bit on board by trying to put some things into context that could potentially make it a bit better that we get to this place. And then you cock it up dramatically and pretty much make it worse by Joel knowing why she did this and him not saying a single word. Yeah, rip Joel, he's done. Goodbye, Joel. What a waste of effort. Like, I don't know what else to say. An absolute waste of effort. Yeah, again, Joel doesn't answer to any of this. He doesn't say he had a scalpel. He doesn't say that they wanted to cut open a young girl without her having a choice. That they forcibly tried to get him out of the building without even letting him see Ellie again before they basically kill her for an experiment they don't know is going to work. They don't point out that we learned in the game with all these notes and whatever that they did different kinds of experiments that didn't seem to work. We have the other hospital where they experimented on monkeys where nothing worked. The doctor that has never done an operation like this before is about to do a brain surgery. Nothing. It's not mentioned at all. Fucked out to the wind. Yeah. So. Cool. Not even the doctor, but... Oh yeah, it was like a veterinarian in the show, or in the game, right? A doctor who's a vet. Yeah, you're right. I completely forgot about that. It's even more crazy. It's like, I found a note where the fucking veterinarian was about to cut open the young girl's brain. Basically saying, hopefully it's gotta work, Lamau. So yeah, it's fucking stupid. So yeah, I guess we have a little bit of a better lead up to the thing. But and then they just absolutely cock it up and make it completely worse by Joel just not making a case for himself whatsoever. He just takes it like a little clown boy. I couldn't think of anything funnier, I'm sorry. But that's basically it. We see Ellie arrive just like in the game. She gets in, tries to shoot someone, gets knocked down, slices the one guy. She sees him die. She sees him die with the initial blow, with the final blow, and that's that. She says, "We're gonna all kill you." They don't kill Ellie, they don't kill Dina, because they have a code, har har har. Even though now Ellie's like, I'm gonna kill you all, saying it out loud, they just let her sit there. And Dina. And I guess they just expect they will never be found ever again. And then Ellie crawls over to Joel. It's very sad. Yeah, acting is fine, I guess. But at this point, I just don't give a shit. It's just, yeah, it's awful. It's still awful. Abby's team, they just leave, look at them. It's like, well, let's just get out of here. They just fuck off. Ellie mourns. We see another, the shot I mentioned earlier. The town is full of infected. There's bodies everywhere. We see someone getting shot because he's bit. So they had losses, but I guess they stopped the invasion somehow. And we see Dina, Jesse, and Ellie bring back the dead body of Joel. And the episode is over. Awful. Awful. I'm surprised it didn't make it through episode 2 without killing Joel. I thought like doing it in episode 3 would be like a sensical one to do. Like, because right now we actually moved quite quickly through the first part, because that was basically the intro from the game, right? We do this, get out of town, and start going to Seattle. And yeah, Ellie doesn't shoot Abby immediately. I think it's a bit faster than in the game. I would need to double check. But still, she gets overwhelmed right after because they don't look at her immediately. So she definitely could have shot her, yeah. So yeah, that's that. GG, Joel. Siege was stupid. The scene at the end was stupid. The lead-up was basically... the beginning of the show was basically the same as in the game. They switched some things around, but it's basically like set pieces from the game, just switched around a little bit. They switched the characters around, but that didn't really mean anything. I guess it's funny they have Tommy not be here because he's like super important to the town. But he's gonna know anyway, so it doesn't actually matter that much that he's not here but there, because they still saw the faces of everyone. And you know what? Yeah, they got rid of the bigot sandwich sentence, which was very sad, because that was at least funny. But yeah, there you go. That was episode 2. Only 7 more to go. I am curious to see where it's gonna stop, because we're going quite fast, and I do wonder how fast they're gonna go for these sections. Because the game has a lot of places that are just gameplay, where you just go around and check places out. So yeah, that's that. Well, let's have this nice view while we talk about the show. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, episode 3. That's an episode I watched, and felt very fillery. They start the show with a shot of all the infected they killed during that raid by the infected, and it's a lot of infected. Up to a point where I'm not even entirely sure what the damage possibly is, and I'll bring that up later, because they have some discussions if they should do a thing or not, where I'm just confused by who actually has the best point, because I actually don't know the proper situation of that town currently. A thing that I liked, it was a small thing, we actually get a short scene with Tommy mourning Joel when they're cleaning his corpse. So he got like a little moment there, sees the watch on his arm, and says that that Joel should give love to Sarah, because they're like united again. So that was a nice little moment. They actually gave something to Tommy and Joel. It wasn't much, but it was more than in the game, from what I remember, because they don't do anything in the game. We just cut to being Ellie right away. It was a weird thing, because the lady that was in there before was cleaning his arm. Like, you know how you do when you clean like a corpse before you bury them. But Joel's corpse was fully clothed, like boots on and everything. I just found that a bit weird. So yeah, I don't really, it was just a little weird. I don't know. Anyway, we see that Ellie is in a hospital, and she wakes up and freaks out because she sees the imagery of Joel being engulfed over and over again. She yells. And then we have a 3-month time skip. I was like, huh? Why? We have a 3-month time skip. In the game, we just go, we play as Ellie, go to Joel's house, and leave. But we have a 3-month time skip. And apparently, Ellie is in the hospital for all 3 months. And I don't know what exactly happened to her that she had to be in the hospital for 3 months. But I guess they needed to... put in this time skip because they had to deal with all of the shenanigans in the town, like cleaning up all the infected, repairing the town, the wall, and stuff like that. And maybe even the pregnant girl's belly making sense. Someone chat pointed out. Didn't think about that at the time. So yeah. But I did go back to the episode, and there's like a weird crunch happening when she's getting kicked.
I'm gonna fucking die!
I'm even wondering if she might have had like a pierced lung or something because of it, because they make her do like a like blow into like a thing where you blow into, and there's like a scale on it of sorts or whatever, I guess for lung volume, lung capacity, and she's fine. So I guess she was fucked up that badly, so she had to stay in the hospital for all 3 months. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, but she had to stay in the hospital for 3 months. But yeah, also I was wondering, it's like, okay, but this is like gonna make it even harder to track down these peeps, because they might figure out where those WLF peeps are and where they are stationed, but it's been 3 months. They might go on other missions now. You don't even know if they're still in the WLF. Are they still with the wolves or not? I don't know. But yeah, pretty much 3 months has passed, so they had 3 months to do whatever, go back home and go back to their usual day-to-day. The thing is, they don't actually tell us the whole episode what Abby... I'm gonna see Abby all the time. What Ellie actually had. Also, why are you breathing so hard? You're just standing there. Are you okay? Anyway, back to the episode, I guess. We just see them still repairing the town, all that good stuff. There seems to be like a little bit of a passing of the torch moment-ish, where they repair some stuff, and you know, Tommy's getting up in age. He's not the youngest one, so he has a bit of trouble knocking in like a piece of wood into the wall, into the ground. It's like I guess it was like a blocker for a foundation or something. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, just like, hey, should I help you out? And they do a switcheroo. They do a switcheroo, and he knocks it down. And Tommy has like a little laugh about it, so he's not like bitter about it. But it seems a little bit of a passing of a torch moment, which would have made sense if something else would have happened, which does not happen. So I guess it was just a little character moment there. I mean, I don't mind it. I was just like, maybe we could have used that for something else, which I will get to later in the episode. In any case, Ellie gets released from the hospital. I don't know, I thought saying hospital would be funny, so I did it.
Move this man!
And yeah, again, she has some injury. It's not specified what it is. I can just guess, but she had to stay there and is now being released. And she has to talk to the psycho lady now, and she's very like, fuck's sake, because that's what Ellie does. And she gets asked if she's fine. She says immediately, yeah, I'm fine. And obviously the psycho lady says, okay, you're just saying that way too fast, so probably something is on your mind. And Wanda says, is the last time you saw Joel, was that at the party? And she basically says yes, but she saw him on the veranda. It's like, yeah, I didn't talk to him. Maybe I should have talked to him after what happened at the party, but I didn't. And but I should not I should not rate our relationship by the last thing we did before he died. Just best way to say it. Of course, I'm sad and angry about it. He meant a lot to me, even though it was a bit complicated. We were still us, and yeah, obviously I don't feel super thrilled about it, but what can you do? And the psycho lady brings up that Joel said to her that he saved her, and she's like, I mean, yeah, he saved me tons of times in the past, so I don't really know what specifically he's talking about, but I don't feel wronged, and no, I wish I could have talked to him before he passed away and let him off the hook for whatever that specific thing was he was maybe talking about. She's very obviously lying, but the psycho is like, okay, well, guess you can go now. You don't seem to like super down or in any danger of harming yourself or whatever, and she lets him go. But the shot after makes it very clear that Ellie is still hiding something, and I assume we'll be getting the scene where Joel gets to eat whatever Ellie has to say to him after they check out the Firefly hideout again, just like in the game, and it's going to be very awesome because Joel just doesn't like to defend himself in the show. Maybe they'll do something else. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but it's been pretty bad so far, so I'm sorry. Also, apparently a broken rib can take 6 weeks to heal, but if the cartilage in the ribcage gets torn, it can take up to 12. And deflated lung can take to 8 weeks, so maybe broken ribcage. Yeah, maybe. I was thinking something along those lines as well. Because if you listen back to the audio in episode 2, there's definitely a crunch happening. So I guess that's gotta be it. Yeah, because in the game, I double-checked in the game. In the game, she gets booted in the face. We then basically get a one-to-one copy of the scene in the game, where Ellie goes to the house and checks out the house for like mementos and stuff. So she grabs the gun like in the game. She sees the watch. She does not take the watch, which I found an interesting change. Because when that happened in the game, I was like, what the fuck does she want with the watch? That's like a memento for his from his daughter that he kept with. So if anything, that should be with like Tommy or at his grave and not with Ellie, because there was something that was a connection between Sarah and Joel, of course. Like there was not a big emphasis on the watch between those two. Yeah, apparently I didn't see her take it. She left it there, but she does take the gun again, which makes much more sense, I feel like. Maybe she has it later on, you just didn't see it, but it looked like she left the watch. Which, if that's true, I think that's a good choice. Does she sniff the jacket too? She does take the jacket, and it doesn't look like she's sniffing. She's just kind of like doing it like this, like and wiping her tears a little bit. It looks much more that she's sniffing it in the game, which just is kind of funny. And we got another change coming up, because in the game, you have Maria downstairs waiting for you and telling you that Tommy is gone. Not here though. It's only Dina downstairs. And she tells Ellie, it's like, you know what? I didn't tell you everything of the day that happened because I did notice something. I know where they are. I know where they are stationed. And I've heard most of their names. And she didn't tell her because the doctors told her not to upset her. And she would know that she would just rip out her tubes and crawl to wherever they were. And Ellie points out, I was like, oh, you just gave them like 3 months to get away. That's not very smart, basically. And she's annoyed by this. Dina has the cookies Tommy would give. Oh, yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Yeah, she brought cookies as like a I'm sorry for not telling you kind of dealio. And yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, they're like with the WLF. I saw the patch, and then I remembered a story Eugene told me about like these fractioned groups that were fighting Fedra, and how stupid he found that they were not just all fighting together instead. Yeah, I don't know, it would have been stupid. So they should have just fought together, is what Eugene was probably saying. And Ellie is obviously very annoyed, and she says, you know what, it wouldn't even mattered if I would have told you, because for weeks it was only funerals and burials and getting rid of infected and repairing the town and everything. So it wouldn't even matter anyway. But you also figure out very soon, like right after, that she also didn't tell Tommy or anyone else in general. Because right after the scene, we learn that Tommy is gonna do it by the books, has to tell Maria and do the council and everything. So this would have been a thing they could have figured out immediately. Like, you could still have decided what to do. You could get intel. You could maybe figure out if they're even still in Seattle. See if they're even in the WLF anymore. If they're even part of the Wolves. Like, lots of things could have been worked on. And maybe let Tommy do some things to get ready or whatever, you know. Which would have made sense because we learn later that Jesse is actually on the council. And I think it would have been, like, a smart decision. It's like, oh yeah, Jesse is now on the council. He's taken my role because I'm gonna go out and try to avenge Joel or something. But we don't do that. So, yeah, she wouldn't tell anyone before Ellie, which I think is kind of lame. She should have definitely told anyone. Someone. And then you could have not told Ellie because she would be very upset. And then now, when this thing happens, you could have come to her and like, I haven't told you, but I told Tommy, and we got a plan, and we can work with that plan instead of now having to start the plan 3 months later when they could be in fuck knows where. But again, as we now learn, Tommy has to run it by the council and get Maria involved because that's the right thing to do in his eyes. And they want to do it right. And Ellie again tries to be like judgmental, but Tommy basically tells her to fuck off. It's like, don't talk to me like I didn't know him. And he specifies like, yes, Joel would have been halfway around the state to save me, to save my life, but not when they lose someone. In the case they lost someone in the past, he would always feel responsible and would kind of break him and feel like it is his fault. But they didn't go on like revenge tours. Basically, that's the gist I got from his answer. And he also points out that the town is still healing, and so is Ellie. And yeah, from this rib injury potentially. So yeah, I don't know. In the game, Toby brings up they might not even be a WF and they just stole equipment. In the show, they just completely assume it's them. I was about to bring that up. You are absolutely correct. Because, yeah, I think he even brings up that they might have moved, at least. Like, what if they're not even in Seattle anymore? So, yeah, there's a bunch of things where they just assume, yeah, it's still them. And they have, like, names of, like, I think Manny, I remember Manny, Abby, of course. I think she has, like, 5 or 6 names. So they now know they're in Seattle. So yeah, that's their plan now. Make a big old council meeting. Because that's what they do in their town, I guess. And now, as James already brought up prior, we get a scene with the Scars. Where they migrate away from their home. Because if you played the game, you know, and we learned this last stream, well, I did, you might have knew this before, the WLF and the Scars, they have been fighting over the last remaining territory. And it's all a big old clusterfuck. And they have like a child there who's like, oh, we're just getting away from the war, and we're just trying to be good on stuff. They're basically trying to make them more sympathetic, even though you see they already made like cuts into the little girl's fucking face, like they all do. I was like, you're not gonna make me sympathetic to them. And they also do their stupid whistling, which still is like it's such a dumb way to communicate. Because it's really loud whistling. And they don't even, like, mimic any birds. It's just a loud-ass whistle. And that sound goes in all directions, not in the direction they're whistling at. Maybe a bit more if you look that way, but still goes to that. So the people who went back there, they can still hear it. And if they're WLFs, they're gonna hear you. And, well, that's basically what happened to them, as we learn later on. But yeah, this whistling stuff, that was already annoying in the game. And it's, yeah, it's a gimmick. It's a really weird gimmick. Like, just mimic bird sounds. Like, that's, like, the obvious thing to do. But it's just loud-ass whistles. But yeah, they put this here so you feel bad later in the episode at the end. Which doesn't really work for me, because they're fucking freaks. The funniest thing, too, is Metal's only real encounter with the Scars so far is the TV station in that one segment, and they're already terrible people. Yeah. Then we go back to the settlement, where Ellie is doing some boxing training with Jesse. Jesse, being the absolute lad and good person he is, just helps out with the training. And he's like, oh, considering you've been out for 3 months, you're doing pretty well. And apparently she has been doing, like, a bit of exercise in the hospital while people weren't watching. I kind of hope I didn't catch that right, because now I'm just even more confused what kind of injury she had. Because if she had a rib injury and does exercise, that's going to be a lot of pain you're in. So I'm not really sure what was that about. But yeah, apparently she's doing okay. Maybe they're trying to tell us, oh, she's fine after 3 months in the hospital. Don't worry, she can go on adventures soon. And this is where we learn where... oh, something else I forgot to write down, actually. When we see Ellie first getting to the hospital, apparently they did like an evaluation of her, or maybe even operated on her or something, whatever her injury in the end was. And it looks like she's like stripped down, basically, and has like hospital garbs on. Did they see the cut/bite wound she kind of tampered with after she got bitten? We're kind of funny what they thought of us, like, oh, that's a weird looking cut she has there. It's not mentioned, obviously, but it's something I thought about. Anyways, they're doing they're doing the training, and Ellie's like, oh, Jesse, I heard you're on the council now. It's like, yep, I am. And she was like, so you know about the vote coming up about sending people out to execute the WLF members? Like, yep, I know about that. So, you're gonna be on my side? And Jesse, professional as he is like, I'm not allowed to discuss any of those topics before they happen, so I can't really tell you anything. And he's like, oh, but you were there, I can't believe you, blah, 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 blah. Like he said he's gonna vote against it or something. And he basically tells her, you know what you gotta do? You gotta focus your thoughts, you gotta write them down, and then you read them out to the council. And Shimi's like, oh, because I'm an idiot. And he's like, no, because you're angry, and no one's gonna vote for someone that's angry. And then he leaves, and it's like, fucking hell, Jesse, you're way too good of a friend to these people. He's just an absolute class act, dude. He's just always has like good advice, being professional. You know what? I want Jesse on my team. Jesse seems like a good person to have on team. Lester continues being the GOAT, absolutely. So yeah, Jesse's just doing really good stuff. Doing very well. The Jesse actor is way too good. He looks like he's very close to the game as well. Like, I immediately knew it was him. And yeah, he's doing a great job. For sure. In any case, we got the council meeting. And the idea is, if you have anything to say of the proposal of sending people out to avenge Joel, you can get yourself put on a list, and then you get to talk in front of everybody. And they just kind of start talking. Someone's also talking about like corn or something, because that's easier. That's not easy to grow, but fast to grow. And they're like, that's not what we're talking about here, so stay on here. And he's like, oh, I don't really have a strong feeling about the whole Joel thing. So that was just a bit random. But we get 3 opinions, you should say. We get 3 opinions of like the, I don't know, 15 people that were on the list. We dive in there. So we got a lady that says, hey, we really love Joel. He did a lot for our settlement and everything. But on that day, way more people died. Way more people have buried their family members and whatnot. And she says, like, now you want to send 16 of your best people to hunt down the WLF people, and you don't even know if they're all going to come back. And she asks, like, okay, but who's then, if that's the case, who's going to be on the wall when raiders come attack? And because the wall is barely mended. And I was like, what do you mean barely mended? There was one singular breach on the wall, which wasn't even that large. That's not gonna take 3 months to repair. You can like patch it up pretty quickly and then do new ones. But if you look back at the attack happening, it was like a pretty localized attack. So there's not gonna be a lot more breaches happening. Not a lot more to repair there, unless they actually want us to believe we have to account for all the fire damage that happened to the wall. But it didn't look like that in the last episode. It looked like they just did a thing. But I'm cool with the cleanup taking 3 months. But repairing the wall shouldn't be that big of a deal. And I'm also just confused now how much damage in terms of personnel they took. Because did they lose so many people that they can't spare 16 people? And even then, it's probably debatable. I don't think you need to send 16 people for this. I think like 7 tops should be enough. You don't need 16 of your best people. So I think that number is already way too high. But apparently the way these councils work is like, they set this, and then they vote on it on the end. And then it's yes or no. Like there's no discussion. It's like, oh, if you can't do 16, can we do like 8? Maybe 4? What number can we do? What's the good number? And if you think back, it's like a pretty big town settlement. This attack was very localized in one specific area. And there was like dozens and dozens of people with guns out there. So I think even if they would spend 16 people, they still had enough to get rid of some raiders. Like this is a big settlement with walls around it. It's going to take a lot of manpower to actually infiltrate you properly. So, yeah, the number 16 here is like, maybe you're going a bit too high here. You can go with way less than that. But again, I'm also just not sure about the numbers in this settlement at all and how much damage has been taken, what the situation is right now. And then we get another guy who straight up says, well, why wouldn't we take revenge after they killed Joel? And he continues by saying, because we're not supposed to. We should show mercy, and because that's what separates us from the raiders. I was like, get the fuck out of here. What are you doing? Shut up. What? We should just allow those people to kill our people because mercy. I was like, fuck off. And then, the boy is back. Chat, the boy is back. Seth. Our boy Seth, Bigot Sandwich Extraordinaire, he's back. Of all the people who I didn't think I would actually see again, he is back, and he's like, I can't actually believe you fucking said that. And and while being really aggressive, he's really aggressive, okay? To like maybe a bit too harsh of a degree, but I get it. And he's like, in the end, he makes a good point. He's like, they came here, killed one of us, one of our brothers. He points out, they came here to kill one of us, then no one goes out there to kill them. Basically what he's saying is, they attacked us, we're not gonna retaliate at all. The problem is, we don't know what they're up against, what they're up to. They might come back with more people. They will come back, actually, he says. They will come back knowing we don't retaliate at all. They're gonna know this. They're gonna laugh at us, and then they're gonna come here and take our settlement, and you're all gonna deserve it because you're all a bunch of victims. I was like, holy shit, you're out of line, but you're right. As someone in chat already wrote. I was like, yes, that is a good point. In a world where raiders infected military people, like military factions, and fucking Fedra even, I don't know. It's a real possibility. You don't know what these guys are up to. This might have been a scouting party, and they also saw you just been mangled by infected. For what they know, they might have done this on purpose. Actually, no, they had the fungus in there, so that sort of thing. But they know you're wounded. They might be coming back with way more people and fucking annihilate you. So yeah, he's very aggressive, but he makes some good points. Like, this is something that should be brought. It's like, they might be coming back with more people. Yeah, gauge the strength and defense on that location. Exactly. So yeah, they're gonna do something about it. Show them that we're not weak. This is funny. I didn't think to see him, but he was also having a cane, and we learn at some point that he caught some friendly fire. But yeah, pretty good point. For some reason, he wasn't on the list. I don't know why he didn't put himself on the list, but I guess he didn't expect all of them to be so cuckish with their opinions. So he kind of bursted out. But yeah, didn't expect to see him back. And this is not even the last Seth scene. Chad, there's more Seth in this episode, which I'm a fan of. Because we got one more person, and this person is Ellie, of course. Ellie, to her credit, took Jesse's advice. I was like, oh shit. He actually took his advice. And she has like a little piece of paper, and she points out that she normally doesn't write things down because she doesn't think before talking, that when she does that gets her in trouble. Sometimes into kind of trouble she can't take away. And right now she can't afford this. And basically she makes it clear that she doesn't want this for revenge, but for justice. She doesn't even want it for herself. She wants it for everyone here. She wants to know if she can count on everyone here, because when anything happens to them or their loved ones, they can count on her. And basically, when they don't do anything to bring these people to justice, we're just behaving like strangers to each other. I don't consider us here strangers. We should all get together, bring justice, and she will accept whatever the council says, but she pleads to the people that they should do this for everyone, so they can still feel, I guess, like, protected. Like, they shouldn't do it for Joel, but for everyone here, that they see if anything happens, they can count on one another, and they're not just strangers to each other, like all the strangers outside of town. Which, on one hand, not a bad point. On the other hand, Ellie has been a bitch to basically everyone so far, as far as we have seen, even Joel. So I was like, oh, good point, but they're probably not gonna take that at all. And I'm also pretty sure you're lying. There's no way you don't want revenge. But yeah, holding criminals accountable, that's a dangerous message nowadays. It is very dangerous. But in the end, they vote, and it's 8-3 against the proposal. So no 16 men going out. Again, no further discussion. No, like, oh, can we go like with 4 people or 5, 6, 7, 8, anything that's less than 6? Like, nope, that's that, and we're out of here. I was like, oh. But yeah, I don't think any of those 3 bigger points are necessarily bad. I guess Seth and Ellie kind of have a bit of a similar-ish point. While Seth's points are much more aggressive in tone, it does bring up the reasoning that if raiders or other groups, which is a very real threat in this universe, realize they don't retaliate, they might come back with more people and try to take over the town for themselves. The whole point being not to look weak, being sitting ducks, as I think someone in chat pointed out earlier. Yeah, Ellie basically also wants to retaliate, but more under the guise of justice, I guess, because she thinks it's the right thing to do. Justice needs to be served for this murder of basically her father, and a justice that would show people that the city won't just accept things like this and backs their citizens in times like these, which, you know, maybe if you would have been nicer to everyone, they would have agreed with you or something. But I think the biggest problem with these 3 is I can't really gauge which one is necessarily like the best or the truest one. Because while the point of resources being a good one, I actually have no idea what the real situation with the town is right now. They show us the aftermath in the beginning and at the end of the last episode. Like the beginning of this episode, they show us like a shot with like infected everywhere and corpses and shit's being fucked up. The last episode, we see people being down, having to be shot because they got bitten and stuff like that. But I don't really know the numbers of the town necessarily. I just know from the wide shots, it's very large. It's pretty large. If you go back and look at the footage or the scene, I should say, this attack is like very localized at the front and center of this. Like everything around the rest of the town seems to be fine. And I also actually don't know how far the infected got inside the walls. I mean, I said last time that the town is basically fucked because there's so many infected coming in, going everywhere. So I don't know how many people are actually left. I just saw there's lots of people with guns in this one place, and there's probably more for all around the town, right? That's what I have to expect because the town looks very big. The cemetery is pretty big at the end, but I don't know if that's just all these people or it's just their general cemetery because they've been here for a couple of years, right? So I assume there's probably going to be a bunch of old people there that were just buried there at some point. Yeah, I just I'm just not sure what exactly the resources are right now. Yeah, it could be that they still have tons of people that could go on the wall. Could be that they aren't. What they want us to believe, I think, is that they're very short on manpower right now. But I have not like a great way to gauge it right now, so I just have to take their word for it, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. But I think just the point that they don't want to look weak is just a great point in general, especially in this universe where you have like these crazy Scar people, WLF, Raiders in general, Fedra. Even though I think Fedra basically just stays by themselves and defends them if they need to. So yeah, I don't know. We get another scene with the Psycho Lady. I just call her Psycho Lady the whole time because, I don't know, that's what I've written down. And she's watching the kids play baseball, and then Tommy comes around. And Tommy asks us how she's holding up. She's probably very busy with all the death happening recently. And he wonders how she copes with that. With her replying, well, I am an alcoholic and also smoke a lot of weed. I was like, oh, okay. I guess it's one way to do it. Federal only exists in some place in the world. They're just in the remains of the government. Yeah. The thing is, they still want us to believe Fedra is like the worst of the worst, I feel like, the whole time. It's just, but we don't really get anything. But that's just what I thought. They just hold the QZs until people get angry and then start shooting them up or something. In any case, Psycho Lady realizes that he's not here for her, but probably wants to talk. And yeah, basically he's worried about Ellie and that he doesn't want her to go the same route that Joel did. And is worried that she might do something stupid. And basically, they both didn't really believe what she said in the council. Psycho Lady. Oh, I used her name. Damn it. I think it was... it just says outright that she's a liar, but she understands Tommy saying that he basically inherited her from Joel and is worried. But she doesn't think Joel told her all the stuff she does or trained her to do all the things she does. Because nurturing someone can only do so much. And basically, as soon as those two met, they were like on the same wavelength and did the things they did because that's what they think that's the right thing to do. And she also points out that as someone practicing this field for about 40 years, that there are some people that just can't be saved. And I feel like that there's some messaging here, but I don't know. It's probably going to line up with something in the show later. It's like, you just can't save the baby in the stomach that you just shot or something. I don't know. I feel like they wanted me to see something deeper here, but I'm already like kind of checked out of this episode. Oh yeah, Ellie can't be saved. Of course, yeah, she means that. Yeah, I should probably point that out. She was talking about Ellie in here, but I was wondering if there's going to be... This line was supposed to be like a more general statement as well for like... so many people dying or something. But yeah, obviously she means Ellie at this point, right? Maybe it's just that. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it, to be honest. Discuss in the comments. Give me traction. Oh yeah, we go to Ellie, who is prepping to leave the town, and Dina comes around, sees all the things she's prepped, and is like, "Oh, that's a lot of guns. Where's your medicine and food and all the other things that are useful? It's like, what's your route?" And he's like, "Northwest." It's like, "Oh, great plan." And basically, Dina has the actual plan. She brought a map. She brought a list with things they should probably bring, and I mean, that's basically it. She just has the plan, and they decide to go together. That's it. There's nothing really else to say here. The only thing that upset me is that they say they should bring like over 100, like 150 rounds of ammo of things, like 100 for the handgun, 50 for the rifle. And I was like, bullshit. I can take like 60 rounds in the game. You shouldn't be allowed to have that much ammo. You bastards. Stop screwing me. Look at this. I have 5 shots in here and 3 in here, and I just came from base. I'm in a military fucking settlement with shit ton of ammo, and I have this little. Screw you. I'm just bitter about the ammo distribution in this game still. But yeah, it's like, that's all the things. Ellie wonders, "Oh, where do you get all these things?" And she's like, "Oh, you know, I know a guy." And he's like, "Oh, it's not Jesse. You didn't tell Jesse." Like, "No, I don't tell Jesse. Just be at just meet me at 3 a.m. at the gate and be ready." Chad, it's the boy. Seth is back. The guy she talked about. It was Seth. Seth is back again with ammo and provisions and all the things they need for the stuff. For the the man, the myth, the legend. That just made me laugh here. And he even was like, holds up the gun as like, "Trade." And I was just looking at it and it's like, "Trade. It's better. This gun is better than the one you have." I was like, holy shit, he's giving you the better gun? Why did they make Seth so awesome in this? It's like, yeah, I gave you all the things. I had this all squirreled away. That's like hardtack, batteries, alcohol, bandages, everything you need for this thing. He helps them out. They give him everything. And she takes the bigot rifle. And he even says, like, "You know what? I would actually come with you, but unfortunately I got some friendly fire with it." And Ellie can't help herself. She's like, "Are you sure it was friendly?" And even Dina says, like, "Holy shit, come on, man." And they even got Shimmer out because someone that's on patrol is with their cause. And she's like, "Our cause?" And Seth just points out, "Hey, you were the one talking about us, not me." So yeah, our cause, basically. And they're about to leave. And Seth and Ellie share a handshake. Even Ellie can't refuse the Sethster. Big old legend, the myth, the legend, Seth. He's got the goods, and he gives them to you. And he deserves your goddamn respect. Even if he's a bigot, because as we learned today, Druckmann said even bigots can be good people. Which is probably not the way you wanted to say it. But I wanted to say even bigots can change or something. But you know what I mean. So yeah, Seth is like a big part of this episode, and he helps out quite a bit. And they're off. And they're off out into the world to Seattle. You might wonder, but Metal, what's up with Tommy? Well, since he talked to the psycho lady, we haven't seen him again. From what we know, Tommy didn't even leave the fucking settlement. Maybe he's gonna come back around with Jesse in tow, hanging out, saving them at some point. I don't know. But Tommy is not on his off-screen rampage like in the game. I have no idea what they're gonna do with Tommy. I don't know what they're gonna do with Jesse. Because when I finished the episode, I was wondering why they didn't do the thing. Because Jesse is on the council. And I was wondering, oh, if he's on the council, he can leave because there's an extra person on the council. And that can take his job, basically. But no, they're just both Jesse and Tommy. They don't even know that they're gone yet. Nobody knows that they left except for Seth. So that's already a big change. So I don't really know where we're going with Tommy and Jesse. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe we have to wait for the next episodes, but I'm not sure what we're doing with those. And yeah, made Seth pretty cool in this show. I'm quite enjoyed him and his little arc coming around or something. But yeah, they make their way to Seattle. On the way, they visit the gravesite, and she put some coffee beans on Joel's grave, which, you know what, I found that kind of wholesome. I think that was neat. That was alright. I didn't mind that at all, because Joel did like his coffee, and I think that was a nice gesture. I was wondering if she was going to put the watch on there, but from what I know, apparently she left the watch at home. Or maybe she has it on her arm and I didn't see it. I'm not sure. But from what I can tell, she did not take the watch. And then they make their way to Seattle, and they have basically the same boring banter that they have in the game, where they talk about random stuff that they like or don't like. And when they camp out at night, they talk about Jesse, and apparently she already went back to him and says that, I don't know, maybe she was just lying, or maybe they did have a fucking in the 3 months since the thing. Maybe that's when she got pregnant. I don't know. It's just random banter. I don't really care about it. It's not super interesting. It's just like, do the thing. What about this? It's like, yeah, okay. Dina also asks Ellie to rate her kiss, and she gave it a 6 out of 10, apparently. That's the kind of stuff they talk... That's the stuff they talk about. I'm sorry, it's not very interesting. Is her backpack slightly open? It isn't. It isn't, actually. So, good on you, show. Good on you. Also, Dina wonders if Jesse seems sad, and it says, yeah, that's probably just him. He's like, oh, I hope so, because if not, that might be me. It's like... Okay. Hey, remember the scars? The scars, we like those, right? They showed them having kids and trying to get away from war. Anyway, they all deaded and slaughtered. They're super dead, and Dina finds them. She comes back and vomits, and she says, "Oh, that never happened before." And he's like, "Oh, it's not a nice sight." And if you know the game, that's probably your first warning. And I was like, "She's pregnant. She's pregante." Yeah. And yeah, I guess they want us to believe that those were the WLF peeps, but I think that might be a red herring. Probably it was someone else, because from what I understand, WLF peeps don't really random slaughter people normally. Like, even in the game, they were kind of clear about that. But they will be encountering Manny first, because he gets a little scene where he checks some checkpoints and tells the people that they can move out. And then we see, as a last shot, we see a big WLF army walking into the town of Seattle, I assume. I don't know. That's another thing that we didn't see happening in the game. We just kind of encountered them and then got caught and ran away. Maybe the WLF slaughtered all the scars, but they also killed the child, so I'm not really sure. I don't know. And yeah, I don't know. Dina also kind of implied that she's back with Jesse, but now she just left. And I'm just I need to see where this goes, because it just seems kind of weird. Maybe she's just lying and fucking around with Ellie. I'm not sure. At the end of your last of 2 stream, Abby was talking about how it was okay to shoot scar children that messed with the outpost. But were those children? I thought it was just like teenagers or something. But I guess you're right. She did say that, so maybe there's something there. You're right. I forgot about that. Yeah, I guess they do that, which makes their code of killing people who can't defend themselves pointless in the show. So that's just a straight up lie. But also the scars are freaks, so whatever. Let them fight, I guess. That's the end of that episode. As far as I can tell, we're not doing the Tommy story beat at all. They left on their own without anyone really knowing, so there's probably going to be different things happening from the game. I assume Tommy and Jesse are going to come to the rescue at some point. That's my assumption, my guess. And it seems like the first guy we kill in the show is going to be Manny. And I think it was Jordan in the game, if I remember correctly. I don't think Manny is around for that one. Actually, not sure if we kill Manny at all. Didn't Tommy kill Manny? I would need to look back at the cutscenes. I don't remember. So yeah, we apparently we don't have the Tommy killing people off screen thing at all. So yeah, I don't know what we're doing with this. I don't know. Maybe Tommy is just staying at home. Maybe we don't see him up until the end of the show or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's episode 3. Kind of lame. Nothing like super crazy happening. Felt very fillery. I don't really have any super strong feelings about one. I thought that was kind of meh. And just a bit weird at times, but I guess not as bad as the other two. That's something. Yeah, maybe Tommy won't get shot in this one. Maybe Jesse makes it. The show is boring parts like the game, but we got Seth upgrade, so... Yeah, Seth upgrade was nice. I didn't expect him to be back, but he lent a helping hand for sure. I guess I shall welcome everybody back to another rando rant, or ramble, or whatever. Or just to call it a rant. Because that's how this has been called the whole time. And it's episode 4... of The Last of Us. I don't know why I made a pause in between those two things, but it felt appropriate. Hey guys, did you know that Fedra is like really evil? If it wasn't clear that they want us to believe that Fedra is just pure, like, evil people, just watch the first 2 minutes of this. Because this starts like 11 years before the show. And we see a convoy, or I guess it's just one transporter. I don't think there's more than one. It's only one transporter of Fedra soldiers in full gear. And they all talk about how this one time there was people, they rallied together and they were like doing some shit that's not allowed, like religious things or whatever. And it's they call it a Greenberg story because there's this guy called Greenberg who's always does this crazy shit.
Greenberg!
Greenberg. They're doing disseminating. Oh, is that the word they used? Hang on, I just disseminating. No, disseminate is just spreading. I guess they were just spreading religious things or something. I'm not sure what exactly they were doing. The idea is they were doing some stuff that they do not allow. Good old Fedra. And apparently this Greenberg guy, he was like, well, you're all just jerking off in the open street or something. I was like, okay, because apparently this Greenberg guy didn't understand what the word means properly, so he thought they were jerking off. And then because disseminate, it's as James just put it in chat, it's a semen joke.
What? You fucking perverts are out here jerking off and splooging on my street?
And then Greenberg says, when the guy he talks to in that story, he tries to tell him what disseminate means, and then the guy says, "You shut up, jizz boy."
No one asked you, jizz boy.
And everybody laughs. Ha ha ha. Did we laugh? We're so evil. And apparently that Greenberg guy also just smashed his head into the wall and there was teeth and blood everywhere. And they loved it. They loved it. Yeah, so it's just... So they're really evil. Everyone's like, yeah, you show those people. Yeah, screw those guys for spreading information and spreading stuff around. There's one guy in this team who's like, oh, he's clearly not very comfortable. He notices that he calls the civilians voters. It's like, oh, why'd you call him that? He's like a newbie. And then we cut to Isaac, which I learned about and saw for the first time last stream. So it's like, it's because we took their rights away. Because they were allowed to vote before everything happened, and now they're not allowed anymore. And we took those rights away, and then some people started to call them voters mockingly because they weren't allowed anymore. And it's like, yeah. Evil Fedra. So basically, if you had any doubts if they want us to believe Fedra's evil, I feel like now I just can full out say, yeah, they want us to believe Fedra's just straight up evil. Yeah, voter is synonymous with peasant, pretty much. That's what they said. The transport stops because they see some people on the street, and Isaac says, "You stay in here. I'll go talk to these people." And he goes out, but also he points to the newbie. It's like, you come with me, you can learn something. He's like, all right, let's gonna go out there. And yeah, it's an ambush basically, but Isaac is in on it, and he basically he's just trying to help out the newbie. It's like, you can make a choice now. He joins him. Like, Isaac turns around and throws 2 grenades into the transporter and just closes it, and the driver falls out and he shoots him. So this is I don't know if this is where he joins the WLF or he's like a co-founder of it or something, but this is like WLF people, or at least what they will be in the future. And that's the initial scene. Fedra's just comically evil. I mean, that was just like them being portrayed comically evil. So that was just like, okay. It's just so lame. I just don't care for that shit. I feel like there should be more nuance to all this Fedra stuff, but I feel like they're just now the evil government people, which is kind of lame and boring. I just care for it. Especially because especially because all the other factions we see are basically all evil too, except like the Jackson settlement. It's just so lame. It's like, yeah, it's not interesting at all. I don't care for it. I wish there would be a bit more nuance to it here and there, but it's just like, nope, those are evil, and those are also evil. I was like, eh. But yeah, this is like WF people. And then we go back to the present in the show, and we follow Dina and Ellie. When they arrive in Seattle, they just kind of check things out. They just have a little bit of talkings. Nothing super interesting, really. Just ride around and they see some rainbows and pride flag stuff. And before people ask, yes, those have been a thing back then. That was started in like 1978. So that's, yeah, I don't care. That's there. Whatever. But yeah, they also check an old pharmacy and find some meds for yeast infection, and they just kind of go a little bit back and forth, do a little bit of banter, I guess, which is not like super interesting or whatever. But something else that Dina finds, she finds something in a cupboard, and it's like, I gotta pee real quick, I'll be right with you there. I was like, oh. She definitely found some pregnancy test, didn't she? Is obviously going to be the case. That's exactly what she found, which means she apparently knows for sure now that she's pregnant, which I'm pretty sure is like a couple of days earlier than in the game, and she decides to not go back because she really wants to help Ellie, which on one side I was like, yeah, okay, I get that, but also you just figured out you're pregnant, you should definitely like stay behind or go back or something. And we also later we see that she did like 4 or 5 different ones, and they all turned out to be positive. I mean, I guess there's the possibility that they all just don't work anymore. I'm not sure, but that's how they tell us, like, yeah, she's pregnant. don't practice tests have expiry dates. Pretty sure they do. I'm not sure how they work. Maybe there are some that would still work. I'm not sure. But yeah, she's pregnant, definitely, as we already know. They find a tank, and it's basically it's like a little section that basically is the grassy area you go through. Difference is it's not going to take us 10 hours to actually get through this and get to the theater, because this is where we're going to end up. They find a tank. Ellie's like, let me check that tank out for some ammo. She opens up the hatch and it like falls out, makes a lot of noise. They could just kind of get ready to see if any infected are coming around, but there's none here. Which, that accident basically tells them that this place is fine to stay here. So, yeah. They check with, they have some binoculars and they see the satellite dish. And it's like, oh, that's like the radio tower that we were going for in the game, and this is where they were going to right now as well. And they see on the dish is like big old WLF, and Ellie immediately is like, oh yeah, let's go, awesome. But Dina basically points out, it's like, hey, if they tell you they're right there, they probably want you to know that they are here, and they can also see you coming because they're up there on the hill. They quite literally have the high ground. And they will probably know we're coming because it's daylight. We're on horseback with 2 people. So, yeah. Which means they have to camp out a little bit. And the camp they do is the music store. And in the music store, there is the guitar, like in the game. And she sings full on Take On Me, the whole song. And then Dina comes to watch and she's like teary-eyed. She's like, oh, you got really good. By the way, the actress for Dina, I really like her. She's doing a pretty darn good job in the show. I like her as an actress. She's doing very well. I really don't know what they did with with Ellie's actress, because I feel like she did really well in season 1, but in this season it just doesn't hit the same way. I don't know, something. I don't know if it's the direction or something, but it just doesn't really work for me this time around. I just find her so annoying basically every time she talks. It's lame because I really liked Ellie in the first season, but I don't know what's going on, dude. I really don't know what's up. Hey, what's up? It's Editing Mortal right here. I just wanted to add something with Ellie not being as good as in season 1, because there's also all these instances where she makes like a really weird and dumb looking face during like action scenes, for example. I mean, there's a reason why I choose this picture as the thumbnail. I mean, look at this. This looks ridiculous. And it's kind of weird because I feel like the people who check out the scenes afterwards should be looking at this like, oh, we should probably do like a retake and make her not look like this. Especially if they keep telling Ellie how badass she is and how cool and everything. I know that sometimes it happens, you make like weird faces or whatever in certain scenarios, but something like this just looks ridiculous and funny. And there's probably instances that could work, like if you have like a character that's actually like really badass, but he's always like goofy and shit, and then he just makes these faces while they fight. That could work, it could be hilarious, but she's portrayed as this more survivalist character that is actually really good at surviving, pretty much. But then she makes faces like this and people just start laughing at it. And now you have people on Twitter everywhere just pointing out how funny this looks, and it does look very funny, I'm sorry. This is just some extra context for me why I feel like Ellie is not hitting the same as in season 1. Okay, see you later. Bye. But yeah, they mirror the guitar scene basically, and has the same meaning. Like she was taught by Joel. Don't really have a problem with that scene. It's just like, okay, yeah. It feels a little bit like, remember this from the game as well? It's like, yeah, I do. I'm just, I'm a bit pessimistic with this whole franchise at the moment, okay? So I might be a bit harsh. But yeah, they chill out there for now. Now we get to a scene which I quite liked. I really enjoyed because we got another scene with Isaac, who is currently torturing a Seraphite for some information. Or a Scar, as they call it, which I also do, because frankly, I remember Scar better because I have a dum-dum brain, so I call them Scars all the time. And yeah, Isaac is played by Jeffrey Wright, I think was his name, which is also the one who voiced Isaac in the game. And I really like his acting performance. I think he's doing very well. He feels very menacing. I think he's a really good choice for this guy. And honestly, after this scene, I just want to see more of Isaac and what's up with him. But it's yeah, it's a decent scene. I mean, there's a you feel a bit of tension, you know. He's talking about how he always wanted to have some like this French cooking ware that's saying there, some pots and pans, because it's really good at cooking and stuff. But obviously, I was immediately because I know the character from the game. I was like, oh, he's probably torturing someone right now, because he turns on the stove and puts like the pot on there after a while, and it's like, oh, he's gonna use that to burn someone, doesn't he? And he's also like talking to someone, and you can't see who. And it's a Scar that's on the ground, already like beaten to a pulp. Also full on naked. You see full on cock and balls, which I did not expect to happen. All of a sudden, I was quite surprised by that. I got a little cock and balls flash there. I was like, oh, okay. That's I didn't expect that. And yeah, it kind of talks a little bit about how it's like the strange benefit of the apocalypse, because now I do have these pens, but that's not what really the way I expected to get them. But yeah, this Seraphite guy, I should just call him Scars. I keep pausing to remember what their names are. Talk to me, Scar. Where do you attack next? And it's like, we call Seraphites, like, whatever. And the Seraphite kind of points out, like, oh, you broke the truce. Like, yeah, and you broke the truce too, and then we broke, and then you broke it. We're not doing this bullshit game right now. And they also also talk about how you shot an arrow at a kid's head earlier this week. It's like, well, you shot at us. Like, yeah, because you shot at us. So it's like a weird back and forth for a while. It's like, okay, yeah, so you hate each other. And at some point, this the Scar tells us like, oh, you're gonna lose. And Isaac points out, like, okay, how exactly are we gonna lose? We have rifles, we have full automatic guns, we have hospitals and everything. You have horseback, bows, and some bolt action rifles. Like, how are we gonna lose? And he says, the Scar says that, what was it? Oh, he says that every day or every other day, whatever it is, a wolf turns to us and becomes a Seraphite. But never the other way around. No one becomes a wolf turning. No one's a Seraphite turning wolf. So I guess they say there's wolves that just rather go to the Scars, that live like tribal time-ish in a way, with like bows and horseback and stuff, and feel like they have to pray to some deity that they know was a person at some point. So I don't really understand. I wish we could explore this a bit more, because I don't really know why they fucking would do that. I think the implication is because we have like one guy guarding the room he's in right now, and he's like, looks like uncomfortable and stuff. And I'm just feeling like, okay, yeah, so they're probably uncomfortable with some of the torture and whatever, but I don't know, like, would people like actually turn to something like this while in like the apocalypse? Like, hey, come to us, we have this person that we know was a person. And Isaac even points that out to the guys, like, there's like people of your side that know she's not like a fairy tale pixie person in the sky and was just a person before, and the guy just calls them heretics. Yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time believing the wolves would actually like turn to become a Scar or a Seraphite or something. I feel like that's... You need to give me a better answer than they do this because maybe you're too brutal. But basically the guy is like so into his religion that he holds out his one hand and he burns that one. He's like, ah, and he was like, tell me the thing, tell me where they attack. And he just never is gonna tell him. And when he goes to grab the pen again, the guy has already his hand out. Isaac, I guess, realizes or is annoyed with the guy. I'm not sure if he realizes that he can't get any more information out of him, or he's just annoyed by his behavior, I guess, and just shoots and kills him. And then we see the guard outside, who is the guy, the newbie he saved earlier in the like 11 years ago, and he calls us like, huh, got what you deserve, fucking animal. Which is kind of interesting to think about because he was not comfortable with with those voters being treated badly, but now he's just turned to this being, you know, fine against the Seraphites. I guess he got radicalized in a different way, I guess you could say. Yeah, as James points out in chat as well, especially with what we see later, because if you remember from the game, there was this room where people were hanging from the ceiling with their guts out and shit. Those were the scars. I don't know why you would go for these guys that fucking gut people and hang them from the rafters. Don't buy it. I don't buy that they would turn over to them. And I also don't buy that, you know, the WF would lose against the scars because, as Isaac points out, they have a lot of guns. I just don't believe they would actually consider turning to the scars. Bow speed guns, that's why Native Americans still control the US. Oh, wait. Yeah, I really don't like this trend, which seems kind of recent. It's like, see, this crazy faction, they use bows and they're really good at it. It's like, yeah, but in the time you do one bow, I do a full mag of my assault rifle. Yeah, I do like Isaac's in this scene though. Like I do like his presence, his aura. He's aura farming, chat. God, I hate myself for saying that. Anyway, Ellie and Dina make their way inside the building with the radio station in it, or the satellite dish on top, the one you go into in the game as well. And this is already where we go into the corpse room where they're hanging from the ceiling. Dina's having a little pukins, again, giving us some hints that she might have some things going on. Obviously, if you haven't seen the game or haven't played the game, you might still be like, oh yeah, that's gross stuff up there, so I get it. I would probably do a little barfing too. I mean, they just kind of check out the room for a while. They see what's up. They see the she will protect us sign on the wall. Not the sign, like painted in blood thing at the wall. Again, like hanging from the ceiling, guts out, blood on the floor. It's quite vile. And they hear a radio and realize, oh fuck, if they called some reinforcements, they might be here soon. And they immediately arrive. And it's like, ooh, well, that's not good. Yeah, they see that they had a radio. They check it out. They hear some chatter on it, and they realize people are on the front door, and they hide. And then it's like I don't know, like a 2 or 3 minute scene of them trying to get away, like hide. It's not that bad, I think. I didn't really see any problems with it. They just kind of sneak away, but at some point they get caught, of course. And then Ellie has to tackle one of the guys, like one of the soldiers, and I feel like she holds him down for a little too long. If this would have been like a quick thing where she stabs him immediately in the neck, I would have been fine with it. But she holds him down for like a couple of seconds, and he's a bit taller than her as well, and very likely stronger than her as well. I wish they would have just done this a bit faster, so, you know, it is a bit more believable, because she got the surprise on him for sure. But if they would have just done her like jumping on the back and just start stabbing his neck instantly, I think that would have been better, a bit more, definitely more believable. But she like has him in a chokehold, holds him down, he can't get her off, and it's like a repeat from the first episode when she wrestles the one random guy. So yeah, I think that's like the only thing I have a problem with right now from that scene. The sneaking is fine. I would need to go back and maybe check if there's like anything super crazy bad with it, but I think it's just pretty normal sneaking around. They just kind of make their way from. It's kind of in the game, like they sneak here, they see them, you know, running over there, and then they look the other way, and then they just go here real quickly. And they do this, they go to like an upper level, and Ellie sees a window and tries to open up, but it doesn't open up. And that's where she has to wrestle the guy down or hide. And they shoot open the window, they run away through that, and they find a door and make it through some rubble because they can fit under it, but all the soldiers can't because they have like all gear and everything on and they're bigger. Which means they are safe-ish for a little bit, and they make it to the train tracks very much the same like in the game. They have the train tracks. I think, if I remember, I'll put a comparison on screen right now, because I think it's actually almost the same. Like, even the layout looks very similar, if I remember correctly. To a degree where they even, like, throw in the red flares and have, like, all the flares going on. And it's the same scenario. You have a couple of soldiers searching for them. Yeah, Dina just kind of tells Ellie to, like, shut up, basically. It goes like this, and she kind of listens in. And she realizes, like, oh, there's, like, 5 infected here. That's gonna do a problem. And the soldiers even realize, like, oh, shit, why is there infected here? This is supposed to be, like, empty. But then they scare the infected, and the horde comes running. And, again, I'm pretty sure, just like in the game, you just run away from the horde. They make it to, how do you call these like turn gates? Turn gate? Is that the name? I feel like there's like a proper name for it that I just don't know. I can't remember right now. Like the things you shove, they like only go in one direction. They turn around. Turnstile. Ah, okay. Actually, I don't think I ever used that word, so I actually didn't know that one. But yeah, they go through this. It's a little bit rusted, so they push against it. Can't get through in time. And Dina is there, and she's like about to be bitten by an infected, but Ellie puts her hand in front of it and takes the bite, which means she's now been bitten 4 times. 5 times? Which I know, I think it's 4 times. I just think it's funny she got bit that many times. But this time she actually does it to block that bite, so Dina doesn't get bit and she can't get infected, of course. So for her it's just an ouchie bitey. But yeah, I don't mind that. I think that's fine. And then they run away quickly. There's like a shot that's a bit weird. They hold on to it for a bit too long, so it looks unnatural. She gets like Dina's hands, like, oh, come on, get up. And it's like framed in a way, where the hand looks like it's not in the right position, so you can see the bite. You know, it's like, see, get up. It's like, oh, she's bitten. It looked a bit off. I don't know. I'll show it on screen on the replay, but it looked a bit weird, like the way they're like, go on it. It's like, see, she got bit. It's like, oh no. But yeah, they run away and they make their way to the theater. Also, by the way, we're like almost done with the episode. Like, the episode is mostly just them checking things out, doing a little bit of action, doing this the sneaking, a bit of shooting, and then a bit of running away from the zombies. There was actually one thing in a train cut where I thought Ellie shot her gun too many times, and I did a little bit of research because she has like her handgun, and she shoots it 18 times. And it's like, man, shouldn't that have like a bigger magazine then? And then I asked Mark, because he's like doing military work as a medic, so he probably knows his guns. And he's like, oh, that's probably like a Beretta M9, I think he wrote. And apparently they have like just 18 round magazines that look pretty normal. Like they don't even like go out super far. So yeah, I thought she shot it too many times, but apparently that's just a pretty common magazine you can get for the Beretta. So learned something today about guns. So that was nice. So yeah, that was fun actually. But yeah, they run out, they go to the theater, and this is again where Dina's actress actually gets to shine a little bit. I thought she did a very good job here. Because obviously at this point, I think in the game, Ellie already told her like jokingly that she's immune. But in the show, she hasn't told her like anything like that. So Dina is like, they go to the theater, Ellie bars the doors, and she turns around, and Dina just has the gun pointed at her. Tears in her eyes, like tears rolling down. And Ellie's like, oh fuck, right. She doesn't know that I'm immune. So Ellie obviously like, no, don't shoot. And just like, don't make this harder than it already is. Because that's like a very normal reaction to considering the circumstances. She knows if someone gets bit, they have like a couple of hours, I think it was, before they turn. And yeah, she's like, don't do it. It's like, no, I'm immune. See, I'm gonna bandage it up. I'm gonna go over there to this chair, and I'm gonna sleep, and if I turn, you shoot me, but you will see nothing is gonna happen. And she just kind of hesitantly agrees to it, and Ellie goes to sleepy times, and then she just kind of gets woken up by some driplets on her face. There's some water coming from the ceiling, and she kind of wakes up, and Dina's still sitting there, a gun in her hand, light shined on her. And it's like, oh no, I'm not turning. See, it's just water, And it's like, okay, calm down. I'm gonna get the bandage off, and you'll see nothing happens. And then she just sees there's only like the bite without any fungus on it, and she realizes she told the truth. And it's like, oh yeah, she did, huh? And I think the actress did a very good job. I enjoy her performance. I like her way better than Ellie in this one. And yeah, it's arguably the best scene in the show. It might be the best one so far. I don't really had any feelings about any other scene I can think of right now so far. I do wonder if we get like a flashback at some point where we get some Joel and Ellie from the olden times, just to remind us what we had, you know. So maybe there's gonna be a nice little scene we can enjoy at some point, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I really enjoyed that part. And then then it just gets weirdly cut off by Dina going up to Ellie and kiss her, and they now have their sexy times. In the game, they had it in the weed store. And now... Oh, yeah, now they have it in here. So they just have sexy times, I guess. Which I feel like it was a bit... oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're right, James. Of course, she says... Right after she realized, she says, I'm pregnant. And then they make out and have sexy times. I'm pregnant, then we'll bang, okay?
I'm pregnant.
We'll bang, okay?
But yeah, and I was like, what? And then they make out and have sexy times. Which I was like, I feel like you could have probably, like, made this a bit less jarring than you did here. I think it was a bit quick. Always feels weird when they do this, but, you know, what you gonna do? And then they wake up the next day and they have some talk about how she's pregnant, and Ellie says at some point, I'm gonna be a dad. And only after like the third time when they say, we're gonna have a kid together, it's like, oh yeah, I guess Jesse is also gonna be a dad. We're all gonna be the family or something. I was like, I'm glad you at least remember Jesse in one instance. He might have something to say about this. But yeah, saying I'm pregnant before they go and make out and shit is just like, okay, that's a bit weird, that one. Oh, also Dina talks about how she told her mom that she likes boys and girls, and the mom was like, no, you only like boys. Sorry, your mom was like an actual bigot, I guess, but I don't know. That's it. That's the scene, basically. I mean, I enjoyed the performance of the actress there. And then we just get a last scene where they hear a radio call where Nora is mentioned, who possibly knows where Abby is. I keep wanting to mix up the names. I don't know. She also mentions that that's why she wanted to make it work with Jesse, because she really likes Jesse. He's a good guy, but he's not the one. Yeah. That's that. And again, they hear the radio call where Nora is mentioned. They're gonna go check that out, where that is. And what I don't like is, in the show, apparently Dina is still gonna be with Ellie. Because they're on the roof checking out where this lake hill is that they talked about on the radio. And Ellie says like, oh, you don't have to come with me. Like, you stay here. Like, things have changed. Like, yeah, they have, but we'll do this together. And they hold hands. And I really hope they make Dina stay, because I do not want her to go out fighting while pregnant. That's it's already bad enough she went all the way here. And we know there's gonna be another pregnant lady that's gonna be fighting, which we had last stream on the game. So yeah, I hope there's something that happens so that she can stay put, like in the game, because that's like the least they should do. If they actually decide to let her go around and fight while pregnant, I don't know. Dina's better in the show so far, but next episode might change it. Yeah, I agree. I do like Dina way better in this. She had like a rough start where she was like laughing at Joel for doing therapy, but like especially this episode, I kind of liked her. She seemed very competent in everything, while Ellie was still being reckless. I think that's the big problem. I feel like Ellie hasn't grown in terms of experience and things she's went through. She always talks about how she did all these things with Joel and has experienced these things, but then she just still wants to like rush straight to this WLF radio station when Dina's like, yo, dude, like they can fucking see us from here. So yeah, we'll see how the next episode goes. I really hope Dina stays put, but we shall see. Because the thing is, again, as far as we know, Tommy stayed behind at home. Jesse is nowhere to be seen yet. We don't have like the Tommy revenge tour going on in off screen. From what we know, he's just at home. I wonder if he's gonna show up at all anymore in the show, in this season at least. I assume he will show up with Jesse possibly to do like a just-in-time kind of save dealio. But what about Seth? Seth got shot in the leg. He can't really move. I think someone said earlier Seth might be the other good scene, and you're right. I think it was James actually again who said that. But yeah, I did like the things with Seth. I still can't believe they made Seth a better character. That's so funny. That's so funny to me. So, but yeah, that's the episode. I mean, I don't mind it overall. There's still some flumpy stuff in there. I don't know. Have you talked about continuity errors? I found 3. Throw them at me. I don't know. I might have talked about them, but I'm not sure. In the music shop, both Ellie and Dina's jackets disappear. Really? Okay, yeah, I haven't noticed stuff like that. Two, when entering the theater, Ellie moves a couch to block the door, but then it's actually a chair. Oh, I thought you just put that on top. I did notice the chair, but yeah, I'll double check that as well. Number 3, when Dina's searching her bag for pregnancy test, she's searching the bottom pocket of the bag in one scene, and then the bigger pocket in the next shot, and I think back to the other pocket next. Oh, really? That's flumpy. Yeah, I'll give that a look, and then I'll put it right here again. Didn't really notice these ones this time around, but yeah, good catches. Good catches. Anyway, that's that episode. Starting watching season 2 of The Last of Us. Because I grow more bored with every episode. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so disconnected from that show. It's just so dull, dude. I don't know, man. There's just so much plot armor happening, so many times where people are just where they need to be. Like again, there's like still there's some instances in there where it's like, yeah, that's some pretty good acting, I guess, but it's still kind of worthless and weird. So I don't know. Season 2, episode 5. Hey, YouTube video crew, what's up? Hi, how you doing? I'm just gonna jump right in it. This is I don't know if this is even gonna be a long one. I don't really have that much to say about this episode. It's just was more of a bunch of action stuff happening in the middle, at least. And we're still speedrunning sections of the game, is what we're doing. I should probably keep this. The rain is actually kind of annoying as a sound, so you're gonna get to look at the pause menu here. I'm in a YouTube video. I'm gonna cut you out specifically. I'm just gonna put a little black bar over this. Great, now I just made more work for myself. Good job. What I liked about this episode, what I kind of liked is actually the beginning section where the WLF people, they just took over the hospital and have been just kind of been clearing it out, and then we see like a big door that's been closed like heavily, like it's been welded shut basically. And we see some commander lady coming up, and he's like, oh, that's all a bit serious, and everyone is waiting to see what happens next. And she goes in the room to the lady who was in charge of, you know, clearing out the building. And there seems to have been rumors about her having killed a couple of people that were their own. And she's like, okay, you tell me what happened. It's a... How do I say this? It's like an introduction to the hospital. I mean, if you watch the streams, I did the hospital section last time with Abby, where we fought the big old Chungus man in the bottom, where like a whole bunch of first infected have been molded together by the fungus, became this big ass monster. And she basically tells the commander, like, yeah, we just took point in the hospital, we're checking everything out, everything's kind of normal, a couple of stragglers we thought, nothing we couldn't handle. Did the first basement floor, nothing really going on, pretty much empty, nothing's happening. So next day we said, the next one, thought maybe there's some more people down there, some more infected, I mean. So I sent Leon, because he's the best. And I had like a little Danny moment here. It's like, who the fuck is Leon? And we learn soon. It's like a character we don't know. He's just for the story. And they went down. They find that they find down there's no infected, but there's spores everywhere. And he tells the commander lady, you have to shut us out. You have to close this down. You can't let anyone in or out. We're doomed here. We just breathed a whole bunch of spore. And that's what they did. That's why they show us the big welded door, because she welded it down. Because there's only like a couple of entries to the basement, and they block them all off now, so they can't get in or out. Yeah, and they mentioned that they don't even know what's in the third basement floor, but probably nothing good. I mean, we know there's nothing good there. But they never got to that. They just said, yeah, there's nothing, just welded shut. And that's what they did. The commander lady said, yeah, you acted correctly. I would even say, heroically. We also learned that apparently Leon was the son of the lady who was in charge here. It's like, yeah, sorry about your son. I was like, oh, nice little short story, actually. I kind of like it. And apparently, they weren't aware of spores before this part, so I don't know if there's like way back in the past, or not way back. It's like a bit in the past or something, because apparently they didn't know about spores. And yeah, as James as well pointed out, the reveal is that it's in the air, so they seemingly weren't aware of the spores yet. So yeah, actually quite a nice little separated story from the main characters. We're just gonna tell you a lot that I enjoyed most of the things that don't have anything to do with our main characters. It feels like the story you can find from the pickups in the DLC of Last of Us 1, where you read about all these soldiers having to survive and slowly getting picked off one by one, cutting off their arms, hoping they don't get infected properly. Feels like it's one of these little stories like, oh, I wish we could have seen more of that. That would be cool. So yeah, it's I kind of enjoyed that. I think it was kind of nice. I think it was quite good. But unfortunately now we have to go back to our main characters. I don't know, man. They're still in the theater, and for some reason it's like it's so weird. I don't know why they're doing this, but especially throughout this episode, Dina is so much more out for revenge than Ellie is. I don't know what's going on, but Ellie's just joking and doing some stuff. Like, she comes back in, it's like, see, we got light, hehehe, isn't that fun? While Dina is currently triangulating where all the patrols are, you know? because they have the radio. If you remember from last episode, they got the radio, so she's kind of trying to figure out where the patrol's going and tries to triangulate where the base is and where there's might be a place for them to slip through. I was just like, wow, why is she so engaged in this? Because in the game she was basically just lying there, being pregnant and not doing well for the most part. While here she's still pregnant, but she's super duper active. And is just trying to get them to where they want to be. They want to try to get to Nora so they can figure out, I should say, so they can figure out where Abby is. And only then I was like, oh, should I help you? And he's like, no, not really. It's like, oh, is it because you think I'm stupid? Like, she's kind of joking around, and then Dina's like, no, you're just not school-oriented or something. I don't know, they have like just some childish banter. Like, the thing is, I don't believe their, connection, their relationship. They don't have any real chemistry together in the scenes, so I just don't care for that banter anyway. And the banter is just so teenage-like. I'm just like, just get it over with. I can't be bothered. It's just not very interesting. I mean, it just goes back to what we lost with Joel, because when the dynamic was Joel and Ellie, it was like, oh, we have like things to talk about. We have the guy who actually still knew how the world was before all this happened, like 20 years ago, and then Ellie, who's like only been in this and can ask all these questions, and it's like, oh yeah, it's like a really nice flashback in the game where they go through this museum, and it's like, this is like wholesome. This is like feel what they would do at some point, and just kind of see, it's like, yeah, they're doing well, but we just go into full-on misery porn in this fucking game and the show, where Joel just gets fucking knocked to death. But these two, it's just nothing there. And they kind of had to do it all over in this one again. I mean, they're much more a couple in the show than they are in the game, really. Because you don't really spend that much time with Dina. Because at least in the show, immediately, it's like, oh, you're pregnant? You're staying behind 100%. But in the show, she actually just comes with, and like halfway, Ellie's like, whoa, what the hell am I doing? You're pregnant. You should go back now. But like, I'll bring you back. And when we get there, Dina starts talking about how she killed when she killed her first person when she was 8, because she snuck outside to play even though the parents didn't allow it. And she comes back and just saw the raider was still, raiding the place. And then he shot him down, and that was her first kill. And the point of that story is that even if I wouldn't have seen him there, I would have hunted him down forever and ever. Just a parallel between them. And then she goes on to say, like, oh, it's your choice. I'll either come with or you go back. You'll make the call. And Ellie, for some reason here, makes the call. You come with me. I was like, what are we doing? Like, at least in the game, it was pretty clear to everyone she should stay behind 100%. Because she was also not really able to do a lot. Like, she got weak after you get chased by all these zombies out of the train station. But here, after they got chased in the station, they just go to the theater. They don't really check the theater out, because here in this episode, Ellie says, oh, let me go check out the rest of the theater. It's like, you're telling me you've been just staying here the whole night without checking out the theater, even though you just ran away from a massive horde, like, not that far away? Like, what are these choices? I guess they were too busy scissoring all night, but Jesus Christ. It's so annoying. And there's no consequences for that, of course. Anyway, Ellie checks out the rest of the thing. The theater. She finds, like in the game, there's another guitar. She starts playing. But she doesn't play a full song this time, so that's nice. And she stops midway and gets, like, annoyed. And is like, okay, are we gonna do something now? She remembers why she's here. And then, Dina tells her, we got patrols here, here, here on this line. They go north and south or something, and there's like this gap in the middle, and there's this weird long building where apparently they don't really check the things out, but that's our way through. And Ellie points out, oh, why wouldn't they check it out? Probably infect. And it's like, yeah, probably. And they kind of talk about, oh, they've been talking on the radio like they no one is here, no one can hear them. And they again make the point that, oh yeah, these Scar people, they're like tribalistic and they don't really use the technology anymore, so they talk like they know they won't be hurt. They make the comparison. It's like, oh yeah, the Scars, they're like the Amish, the the Amish people from the 1800s, because they didn't use any technology. It was like, okay, sure. I think the Amish would still win against these guys. They built barns, they did. I think the Amish would wipe the floor with the Scars. They make their way to that place, and they kind of just banter around. It's like, oh, what do you want to name the child? Oh, if it's a boy, Elijah. If it's a girl, Ellie. Blah, blah, blah. Then they find more corpses of Scars right below, like a mural on the wall that says, feel her love. And there's all the corpses of Scars, and it just says, feel this bitch below it. You know, because WF is evil or something. Which is funny because the Scars are even more evil. Not even more, they're just both shitty. Like, they both suck. It's like, whatever. And then we go through the whole thing I just talked about with Dina telling her about the story when she killed her first person. And they make their way to the building, the warehouse thingy, whatever it is. Because it's now night. And they sneak past some headlights, searchlights, not headlights, sorry. Seattle, everyone is terrible. What did Druckmann mean by this? I don't know. I need to listen to these post-episode thingies. I think James recommended them. There's like some some dumb shit he says. Yeah, they make their way inside. Not very interesting. They just sneak around the searchlights. They open up the gates with like a what are these bolt cutters? With a they open up the gate with a bolt cutter, get rid of the lock, and just open it up and go through. Go inside the room. There's searchlights going through. They sneak through. Yada yada yada. One thing I just that Ellie has been doing that I don't mind actually is that she at least uses her immunity to their benefit, like blocking Dina with her arm. And in this one, Dina's about to take a peek, and Ellie says like, oh, maybe I should do this because I'm the one who can't get infected, you know? And it's like, oh, okay. So yeah, good on you, Ellie. You did it. Go into the next room. They also say, hey, guns last resort. If we can run. If we can use a knife, use the knife. So they're trying to make a point of staying silent because the WF is just right outside the door, basically. So they make their way inside, they check out the whole thing, they're just being quiet, and we see more of the stalkers. More of the stalkers. The smart ones, as Ellie says it. First they think there's only one, it's like, huh, you know what, we're gonna flank him before he flanks us, because actually he bit me the last time. But they soon learn there's like 7, 8, or 9, or 10 of those in here. So they gotta run, but they realize, oh, behind us there's even more. Oh, damn, so there's probably like 15 of them in this room, in this big warehouse. And Ellie's like, oh, you know what? I can get bit a lot actually before I die. So you're gonna go into this cage over there, which I think has like breakers in them or something. Ellie just kind of makes some noise with her gun and starts to run away. But they're quickly getting overrun, so it's not looking great for them. But and something happens that I predicted is gonna happen. We got our boy back, chat. Chat, be excited. Our boy Jesse, he's back. Which fills me with joy, but also with dread, because he's probably gonna die in the show too. But yes, Jesse, the Chad boy is back. Lester, not Lester. Jesse the Lester, yeah. I forgot about that meme. But yeah, he's back to the rescue. He got his assault rifle here. He immediately asked if he's got bit. she says, "What? No." And even he's like, "I was watching her. She didn't get bit." But he's cautious. He's like, "I don't. Okay, you say that, but I don't really believe you." In any case, none of them die. None of them get bit. So very lucky once again. They run outside. They make sure to just keep running because the searchlights are on them. And he kind of does some suppressive fire here. And they run into the woods where they hear the WF say, "We can't go in there. This is not where we go. 2 people, heavily armed, not scars." And they just get the order that if they come back, to shoot them on sight. But we learn soon that we are currently in the Scar Woods. Oh no, the scars. Ah, darn it, that's annoying. And if you, for some reason, they show us the scars being even more horrible people. Show us, that was not a real sentence. They show us the scars being horrible people again. That's what I was trying to say. Because they see the ritual that happens almost to Abby, as we saw it in the last game, in the last stream when I played. They're currently hanging someone and gutting them. And again, may I ask you this questions? Why are WLF people allegedly joining these fucking barbarians with their bows and rituals and all that bullshit? It's so funny because the guy is there. "Oh, dude, I have like knowledge and stuff. Like, you know what? I will join you. I will join you. That's fine." But the guy says like, "No, it's too late now. The lady in the sky, I forgot what her name was. She will protect us, lady." I don't even know if she has a name. If she did, I forgot, and I don't care. I'm being quite honest. Says, "Oh, sinners cannot be cleansed or something." I was like, well, that can't be true. If the WLF goes over to you guys all the time and they don't go back to WLF, surely they can be cleansed somehow. Like, what's the rules here? He just said he's gonna join you, and now you're just like, "No, it's too late." So yeah, I don't know. It's just really mean, but we see him getting gutted and he dies. And the other 3 just watch it happen because, I mean, what are they supposed to do? But still, it's just, okay, I guess that's sad you had to see that. I don't know. But apparently, they get spotted from the other side, and I think it was Dina who just gets an arrow to her leg. I think it was Dina. We just see the leg, and I'm pretty sure it was Dina, but we actually don't see Dina after the scene again because we have Nora to kill after this. But yeah, Dina gets hit, so hooray for that. Oh yeah, by the way, I should probably mention, Jesse tells Ellie and Dina, "We're gonna go back to the theater, and then we'll head home." And it's like, no, it's like, I'm not gonna talk right now. Yeah. Why bring Dina? Because the show is stupid, that's why. Also Jesse, or Lester, is pissed at them because they just left, and yeah, they were lucky they came back for this. Because, oh yeah, sorry, I completely forgot to mention, he and Tommy both left to go after them without telling anyone as well, so they're here now for the story, so they just kind of came back around to this eventually, so I guess we'll get to a similar outcome with anyone. So yeah, Tommy is now here. He and Jesse made their way here. So I assume next episode we might see Tommy. I swear to God, if we just get Tommy, we get Tommy here just for him to be shot in the face, that's actually so much worse than in the game, where he's just off screen doing his revenge, and then eventually ends up with us. Because here, he just left to go after these 2, and then he gets fucking shot? Ooh. Imagine, dude. That's gonna be cringe. Gary from Nerdrotic said people can barely say anything anymore on YouTube. I mean, we're already 30 minutes into the episode. Like, I'm almost through with this. I feel like I'm just going back to points I said in other episodes already. The one thing that just keep noticing is they get a whole lot of plot armor to get through a lot of these things, and they speed run through these sections compared to the game, because also you don't have like these areas to explore and go through them and do all these shenanigans and search for coins and Dr. Ackman cards and whatever. Anyway, they get chased by the scars. Dina gets an arrow. Ellie decides to keep them away, do more distractions. She obviously finds a good hidey hole immediately, so she doesn't get beaten up by them and gutted and stuff. Then they spread out to the scars, and we're done with that. Obviously, the scars do their stupid, dumbass whistling, so big fan of that still. Anyway, Ellie uses this separation from the other ones to still just go to the hospital and go kill Nora. She sneaks inside, makes it past the dogs and the one guy. Apparently, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't remember them mentioning a hole in the wall of the hospital she can go in through. I assume she scouted before she approached this. But, she just finds that she just goes through the tall grass and goes right into the hole. The dog is freaking out. They look at the hole and look at the hole in the wall or in the side of the building. It's like, it was just some critters. All clear. He basically must have been the wind moment and just leaves. So that was kind of funny. It's surprisingly easy to get through all these things the WF apparently have been patrolling and everything. Shockingly easy. Because you would assume that when they know, like just going back a little bit, they know there's this big building that has these infected in them. And apparently they just leave this part out. If this is like the building, their patrols go from here to here and from here to here, and they just don't do anything here. They just have some searchlight that go over this, and that's all they do. I feel like you would want guards in front of that too. In case some of the infected come out, you can just fucking shoot them in the face immediately. Like, it's such a weird thing to do a guard with. This is the strangest episode of Andor I've heard of. Dude, I'm so looking forward to watch Andor when I'm done with this. I'm gonna start with season 1, and we're gonna enjoy the fuck out of it, because I heard the recent episodes have been very good, and now I'm very excited to actually go and watch it. Especially after this dull, shitty shit. We see Nora, which is did we confirm this? Is she like actually the actress they used for their new game, the new Naughty Dog game? That's her, right? With the buzz cut and everything, right? So yeah, I think that's her. So in case you're wondering why she's suddenly having a buzz cut compared to the game, it's I guess they wanted her in the show. I don't know why. I think the other lady looked fine. Just wanted them in there. I don't know. There's nothing else to it, I guess. The fact they haven't surrounded the park and burned it to the ground with all the scars in there is fucking insane. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I almost glossed over it. We've been talking about the scars and the WLF dynamic a bit in the game and in the show now. The fact that they apparently already had a couple of treaties that have been broken by any one of those, and also the fact that the scars keep gutting people right next to one of their bases. Why is this still going? I know the show wants me to believe the scars are somehow winning this fight because the WLF people are apparently joining the tribes people in flocks because they hate hospitals and guns and technology and things. And maybe the brutality of the WLF, which is funny considering they gut and hang people from ceilings. You know what, James is right. They should just burn this wood to the ground. The fact they just haven't wiped the floor with these scars, with all the technology and armories and guns and tanks and cars and radios and everything else you need to beat to just annihilate a tribe, They all have it, even in the post-apocalypse. This shouldn't be a fight. This should be utter annihilation of the scars. I have no idea how they're still around. I don't know why they're in the guerrilla warfare with the WLF right next to them. I don't know what this is supposed to mean. I don't know why they want me to believe that is a thing that's actually happening. What I believe should happen is they have a team of people with guns. They send it into the woods and start shooting those motherfuckers because they keep gutting your people. This shouldn't be a fight. It shouldn't be fair, and they definitely shouldn't be winning. They have bows. It's a Vietnam allegory. Well, that's a shitty Vietnam allegory because I'm pretty sure the Viet Congs used guns and fire and grenades and traps and technology. Mind you, both the game and the show says scars are teaching kids to take pot shots at WF, which doesn't justify WF killing kids, but you understand why. Yeah? Yeah. So, I don't know. It's complete insanity, and I don't know why the scars are even a thing anymore. They should have been utterly destroyed by the WLF. No questions asked. The cult isn't even interesting. It's never explained. What do they mean by calling infected demons sins or arms as wings? I'm not sure. I don't know if James maybe has something on that. I think he knows the side lore a bit better than I do. But I don't know. Apparently they're like split in the tribe as well, because they talk about how some of you guys don't even believe that the lady you pray to is like an actual deity. It's just a lady that lived and led them at some point, and then the guy just called them heretics. You're now two tribes basically. Call the other ones heretics. Are you currently fighting a civil war while also holding up to WLF? Because I don't believe you, and you should be dead. Anyway, Nora's here. She's doing hospital stuff. We don't see Ellie like sneaking around in the hospital or anything, but Ellie just appears behind Dora while she's washing some bandages. Does she come in the same door that Nora goes through? Let me double check. Oh wait, no, she goes through a hallway and into a different room. Okay, never mind. Never mind, she's in another room. But still, she just appears behind Nora. And I think we do the same thing like in the game, where Nora's like, oh, I'm sorry you had to see him die that way. I hear her screams every night. But that son of a bitch got what he deserved. I was like in the games, like, he didn't. Joel was right. And you're all insane. What are you doing? It's just whatever. It's the same as in the game. I don't know. I mean, I guess I should talk about it because that wasn't part of a rant or something yet. But the dialogue's basically one-to-one, where she's like, I'm sorry you had to see this. No one should see someone die like this. I didn't like it personally as well because I hear her screams every night and it was rather brutal. And that just makes you, again, I just question why they searched with Abby for so long, and as soon as they get to the killing part, everyone's like, oh no, I didn't like that. It's like, okay, you're still part of it, so fuck off. And then we have the chase scene, which is also kind of one-to-one from the game. There's like people on top that shoot down. All of a sudden, Ellie can't aim for shit anymore. Ellie doesn't get hit. Like at one point, Nora drops down on an elevator that goes down. Ellie looks down, misses 2 or 3 shots. But obviously, this goes down to the basement, which is full of spores, and that's where we see a big old hallway full of spore people that just kind of cough spores in the air. And then, again, just like in the game, we get to a red room where Nora's in the back. She's like, you stupid bitch, we're breathing spores, we're both dead. And it's like, oh, are you sure about that? In the game, it's like Jordan who holds her down. In the show, Nora's the one who holds Ellie down and forces her to watch Joel dies, so arguably Ellie should be more angry. Right. Nora realizes she's real. She is actually the immune girl. and asks him, "Did you know what he's done, Joel? He killed everyone in this hospital." And Ellie says, "I know." And again, she said, "Joel shot him in the head. The only doctor who could have..." It just makes me laugh when they say this. Including the only fucking person alive that could make a cure from you. It's like, you mean the veterinarian? Also she adds that it was Abby's father. And Joel shot him in the head. It's like, oh no. Oh, boo-hoo. That's what he did. And Ellie just says, "I know." And then she starts asking where Abby is. And she says, "No, I won't tell you." And she starts hitting her with a pipe. We cut back. And we get a little bit of a cliffhanger. For a flashback for the next episode. Because it fades to black. And we see Joel waking up Ellie. It's like, "Good morning, kiddo." And then the episode ends. So yeah, we're getting an episode that is a flashback next week. Yeah, I don't know. That's that. So I assume we do flashback episode, which has the potential to be a decent episode, because even in the game, the flashbacks were so far the best thing. Where we actually get to see Joel and Ellie talk to each other and have a cool dynamic. So maybe we can just pretend that's the actual show and just forget the rest exists. If it's good. They might make it cringe still, so I don't know. Except the one flashback after the museum. Yeah, that one wasn't good. But they already did the thing where Joel took it all. Cliffhanger would have been perfect without that flashback. Oh, you mean just fade to black and then just do the flashback then next episode. So yeah, that's already it. I mean, see what the flashback brings, but we're done with day 2 basically, right? That was day 2, so day 3 is probably gonna be episode 7, and then I don't have to deal with the show or the game for however long it takes them to make Season 3, which is already greenlit. So hooray for that. It's going to be very cool. So yeah, I hope we get like the museum flashback and stuff like that. That was a nice flashback. It was very wholesome. I really enjoyed that one. And then we probably, yeah, as someone in chat just said, the Abby season. Can't wait for the boat scene. It's gonna be poggers. It's gonna be really good and cool. Yeah, that's that. Yeah. So this week, it's the flashback episode. I didn't expect it to be a full flashback episode. I guess technically it isn't. There's like a minute or like 30 seconds at the end that's not a flashback, but you know, it's a full flashback episode. If I would explain it in as little words as possible, it's all the flashbacks we liked from the game with a little bit of extra stuff. And we get to see Seth again, which, you know, this makes it a 10 out of 10 episode immediately. So yeah, we get a little bit more of Seth, which is nice. Can't wait to talk about that because Seth is based and awesome. But yeah, no, all jokes aside, it's it might be the best episode of the bunch, I think. Actually, I'm pretty sure it is, because it's just the scenes we liked from the game, and then a couple of extra things that are 100 times more interesting as a conflict than everything they showed us before. And we get a new scene right at the beginning, which is a flashback of Joel, of all people. We're going back to Joel's childhood, or teenage days, I should say. Apparently Tommy got in trouble because he was trying to buy some drugs from some guy, and he was trying to screw him. And Joel's like, don't worry, Tommy, I got you. I'll be taking the blame, because their dad is a bit abusive. He likes to punch him, and as Tommy says it, he's gonna beat the shit out of me. The dad comes back home. He's a police officer, a cop, and tells him, "All right, tell me what happened. I'm back on patrol in 30 minutes. What's going on?" And Joel basically just takes the blame that he was trying to buy pot from someone and it got bad, blah blah blah. And he's like, "Well, stop bullshitting me. I talked to the kid of the other people, and I know it was Tommy. So why are you talking bullshit? Just tell me the truth." And he basically like, "Well, I'm not gonna let you beat him up. Like, you know, it's not gonna make it better." And then the dad tells him about how their granddad beat the ever living shit out of him that one time because he got in trouble in school and he was picked up, and then he punched him so hard that he broke Joel's father's jaw. And he had to wear like a thing for 2 weeks and was very embarrassing. And the question obviously is then, why are you doing it if you know it doesn't really, it's not a good thing, like, you know, if it's gonna hurt your family or whatever. It's like, well, I don't know. I did hit you both, maybe even a little too hard, but you know what? I did a little better than my dad did because I never hit you this hard. All I can do right now, just do a little better and hope you will do a little better in the future as well. And then he leaves. And that's like a little flashback for Joel. I mean, it's a good scene. Like, I don't mind it at all. But maybe I'm just super cynical with this show right now, or like The Last of Us in general. Because I was just like, oh, yeah, I mean, it was fine, I guess. Like, it was pretty good. But, man, I was just like, oh, look, Joel, the cycle of violence. Do you get it? And I was like, yeah, I get it. Again, it's a pretty good scene, I think. I don't want to, like, downplay it or something. But I'm just like, it's fine. I get it. I get it. It's okay. Like, I understand cycle of violence. I know what you're trying to tell me, but you've been telling it pretty poorly. Still, it's like a way better scene than most of the scenes you get in the show. So they basically go from birthday to birthday until she's 19, right? So 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, I think I got that right. Oh, it's 15, 16, 17, 19. Okay, fun. That sounds right. And yeah, we get Seth. Goddamn Seth is back on screen. That makes me very happy. And Joel brings some Legos. And I was like, ooh. It was like, Seth likes Legos too? How do you want to make me hate him? How awesome can he be? It was like, oh yeah, you know what? My grandkids are going to be super happy to find this. I don't know where you found this. He's like, oh yeah, I found this in this place. Like, oh, but I checked these places before. It's like, yeah, but I'm a smuggler. And you're just this. And he's like, oh, you know what? I wasn't just a barkeeper the whole time, but you know what? Trade for a trade. That's how it works. What do you need? And basically, Joel is ordering a cake for Ellie. So Seth is not only the barkeeper here in the big bar. He also he gets around to get people some cake, and he even like kind of jokes around with them. Do you want vanilla or chocolate? Say vanilla because it's gonna be quicker. I was like, oh my god, like these two are even like friendly towards each other. They seem to like kind of enjoy each other's company as well. So yeah, I don't know. They just keep making Seth this like really enjoyable character. It's just so funny. Of all the people that I expected to just not be in the show, it was Seth. But he just keeps popping up. And it's just awesome. He's just fun. I don't know. I just found it really, really fun, like to see him again. But yeah, he gets him some cake, some vanilla cake. Joel goes back to his house. He got a bone, and he's like kind of sawing up. And if you remember in the game, he has like all these craftsmanship tables, like woodworking and whatnot. And he's currently repairing the guitar he gives to Ellie for her birthday. And it's like, oh, that's nice. And then they see Ellie and Tommy come back home, and we get a scene where we see Ellie have like a bandaged arm, and she basically did what she's said before in the show, where she burned the arm where she got bit in the past, where they figured out she's immune, and she wanted to wear short sleeves. and this is just the time that happened. And it's just, you know, Joel and Ellie kind of embracing each other. It's like, oh no, it's fine, don't worry about it. Because she apologized, like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset anyone. And yeah, Ellie's not insufferable in this episode either. It's it's crazy how I just recently talked about Pedro Pascal fatigue. And after I've seen this episode, I'm just like, God, we needed him in this show so badly. The dynamic between Ellie and Joel is just so much better than whatever Dina and Ellie gonna give us ever. I don't know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Because if you think back with everything that, wherever like Dina, the conversation's like, oh, teenage blah blah blah, oh, boys, oh. And then like the occasional, I had to kill my first person at 8. It's like, oh wow, that's crazy. So yeah, I don't know. It's and here we just have the dynamic again. The old father figure, he takes care of her. We get to see their dynamic while they're in the town. And it's the same thing I said while I was playing the game. And if you saw me play the game and talked about the flashbacks when they happened, you probably hear a lot of the same things I already said. Actually, I talked about this before I even saw the flashbacks. We should have had all these scenes where we see them talk to each other after what happens with the fireflies and whatnot. Just show us what they're doing in the town, see how the people react to them, see what they're up to. Just see them, you know, be together and have like this father-daughter relationship, which is clearly there, of course. But no, it's just they just went straight to the golfing pretty much and crazy action stuff, and it's just really lame. When she wakes back up from the painkillers, she gets down to the kitchen and she sees, oh, there's the cake, and he's a little bit upset because Seth, or whoever made the cake, I don't know if Seth made it, but I think he says, let's see if Seth's baking is better than his writing, because it says happy 16th or 15th birthday, Eli, not Ellie. They forgot an L, which is kind of funny. It's kind of enticing. So yeah, it is indeed a bigot cake. We got a big old bigot cake by the Sethster. So yeah, Seth can also bake. So if you need any more reason to like him, he can also bake. Seth is just, I feel like Seth is the Seth is the core of the whole settlement. What can't he do? Like, he's just good for anything. It's fun. But yeah, and they just have a little fun moment. She immediately goes for the cake. It's like, yeah, it tastes great. She just goes in there with her hands. And yeah, you know, she just gets to be a normal kid for a little bit. And you know what? That's just this is a thing I would have shown from the get-go in season 1. It's like, here, she gets to enjoy her time a little bit. And then as she gets older, she tries to figure out what happened with the fireflies for real, all that stuff. There's so much stuff you could have done with the story, but the way we went is completely different, of course. In any case, he gifts her the guitar, and because we all love it so much, we get another guitar scene, but now it's Joel. Yay. And he sings. So yeah, there you have that. Yeah, just a nice little wholesome scene. I don't mind it at all. It just shows me what we could have gotten versus what we do get, or we already got, I guess, because we are currently doing flashbacks. Right after this, we get the museum flashback scene. Fantabulous. That's the best part in the game. Where we just see these two interact, and it's pretty much 1-for-1, just shorter than in the game. You don't go through the whole museum with those two. But we have the big dinosaur, we have them look at the planetarium thingy in the middle of the museum. She doesn't jump into the water like I did in the game, which was disappointing, but understandable, I guess. And yeah, they just kind of go around. We have the big spaceship. They do the thing with the headphones, where he found like the launch sequence and the chatter of it, and she gets to listen to it while they're sitting in the spaceship. And I'm pretty sure the dialogue is basically one for one from the video game. And didn't have a problem with it in the game, don't have a problem with it here. Again, I think we should have gotten all of this in the beginning, just in the beginning. Just have 1 or 2 episodes where we get to see them do stuff in the settlement, put some of these flashbacks in there, and then we can still go with the whole whatever we did now. Still bad. Preferably we would go with a completely different story right after this, of course. But I think this would have all, like, immediately, if you would have put something before, like, something like this, if you would have put something like this, where we see what they're up to before all the golfing stuff happens, I think this would have cushioned a whole lot of the backlash they got. I mean, it would have still been stupid, 100%, but I think the backlash wouldn't have been as bad. At least that's what I believe. I could be wrong. Yeah, that's basically, that's the scene. And then there's like this weird scene where she basically just had the best day of her life after, and then she sees some fireflies during the day. Are fireflies not like, I mean, like the insect, the fireflies. She sees like a bunch of fireflies flying around. She looks at them and it's like she's thinking about, like, maybe he's bad or so. Honestly, I don't really know the fuck that's supposed to be. I'm also not entirely sure. Maybe someone can tell me. Do fireflies even hang around during the day? Or are they just dormant? I actually don't know. It was just weird that this was here. Because she looks like they're like because I was about to think, like, oh shit, what did she see there? And it's like, no, they're just, I guess the argument is that they're near end of the day. Maybe, yeah, it's not like super bright. I do wonder how the tone of the story would have changed if Joel could only play Ramones songs on the guitar. Yeah. Well, we jump 1 year further, the next birthday, and this time we got a chalky cake. Nice. A bigot chalky cake. And it says Ellie this time. But this time, Ellie is screwing around with a girl. Did you know Ellie was gay? So this one is a bit funny. Because like Joel comes back home early to surprise her with like a cake for her birthday, and she gets like a tattoo and she's screwing around with a girl, and the way they make him say it almost sounds like Joel's a little bit homophobic himself, which is double funny if you consider he's friendly with Seth. It's like they formed a group in the settlements, like, they're turning the frogs gay. But yeah, no, it's just really funny because the way it sounds, like you're getting a tattoo, I got you some cake, and you're screwing around with a girl.
Drugs and tattoos and sex, experimenting with girls.
Well, you make him say it this way, like, it's so weird. Seth is red pilling Joel. It's very much a father is upset with teenage daughter scene, you know? Like, she's 17 now, 16, sorry. Smoking drugs, screwing around with a girl, getting a tattoo. It's like all these things, like, you're such a renegade. But it just sounds so weird when he says, like, are you screwing around with a girl? A little bit further in the scene, Ellie checks out the garage, so this is where she decides to move into the garage. She actually starts moving the mattress down there, and Joel's like, you can't go there, like, there's no heating and anything, like, it's ridiculous. She's like, okay, fine. And he's like, okay, you're getting older, maybe you need your own space, so at least let me fix up the place before you move down there. But yeah, they're not like super beefed with each other. It's like very much like a parent versus the child kind of dealio. And then he looks at the tattoo. It's like, oh, you know what? It actually looks pretty good. You know, it's fine. And yeah, he also sees moths, and it's like, oh, And I was like, oh, it's like with the rebirth and change and stuff. She's like, yeah. But he does realize, it's like, oh yeah, teenage daughter, a little bit annoying, I guess. And then we see the psychiatric lady again. He just walks into like a restaurant they have where they have lunch, and that's where he asks about the moth, and it's like, oh, moth, that's like the rebirth and stuff and change. It's like, no, that would be a butterfly. And it's like, oh, what's moth then? Oh, it's mostly death. So yeah, he's a little bit worried now, obviously. Also, didn't expect the psycho lady to be back in an episode or flashback. It's just kind of interesting. It's like characters that come back that I'd never expect to just see again. But yeah, she moves into the garage. And then we go 2 years later. Well, I guess for a while she has been thinking about the Firefly stuff and if Joel has been telling the truth. And it's like, oh, how come they didn't notice these raiders when they saw us all the way out? And how come you were able to carry me out there when everybody got killed by raiders? It all doesn't add up, which I guess in theory is a more interesting way to maybe make her realize that it seems kind of unlikely that it happened that way. But unfortunately, Joel at the end just takes the whole scolding again like a little puppy when we get there. So it's like, again, it's like something I probably would have done in a similar-ish way. Her realizing as she gets older and then starts to question him at some point. And then they have a discussion about it, why it happened. And, well, like, I guess they do, but the way it happens is not great. Anyway, she's now ready to be in a patrol. He picks her up for her first patrol. Yeah, I know, they just kind of go around the patrol, and at some point they get a little call on the walkie-talkies, on the radios, that the other patrol with Eugene is in trouble, and they have to check it out. So they ride their horses there nice and fast, and they realize, oh, we need to do a little hike, because that's going to be faster than going around on the horses. And they find Eugene. Well, first they find a guy on a horse that gets dragged by the horse through the dirt that is dead. Don't know who this is. We never see him again, and they never go look for him, which is kind of funny because later on they drag Eugene's corpse back home, and they just leave the other two horses here as well that they had. So that was a bit weird. And anyways, they do find Eugene. You know, the I think in the game he was like this Vietnam vet even. Like he was like the guy who did like all the drugs and whatnot. But yeah, we now get to see why the psychiatric lady is so mad with Joel, because here we find Eugene and he's been bitten. I was like, ooh, I guess this is now the scene where he has to get shot because obviously he's been bitten. Keep in mind, Ellie is here on her first patrol, and she's kind of upset with everything because Eugene says, "Oh yeah, oh man, probably have like an hour or more or so. So you can just, you know what? I just want to go back home. I want to say goodbye to my wife, and I need to hear from her for me." And Joel immediately says, like, we can't do that. Obviously, we can't do that. That's super dangerous. He could turn at any moment. They might think he has like an hour left, but it's not how it works, man. Can't do that. But we have Ellie here, and Ellie, on her first patrol, gets to see this immediately. A guy that begs for just saying goodbye to his wife. And Ellie does the thing, it's like, hold down your hand and count to 10 slowly, you know? The way they did it with her back in the day. And I guess the reasoning here is that she saw a couple of other people maybe do the same thing, and if they can still count to 10 without shaking, they got time. I was like, see, you got time. And just like, oh, okay, fine. You know what? You go back and hike up, get the horses, and we meet up down the road so we don't need to so we make it in time. And it just looks back, starts going away, looks back at him. And Joel says, I promise. No. Because the two make their way. Joel's keeping his distance. Notice how careful Joel is with this guy that he knows but is infected. It's almost like Joel is a really careful guy. And he's not that far away from the scene where he gets engulfed by the people he doesn't know because he just doesn't ask. Anyway. So yeah, he's been bit. They go there and it's like, oh, which way are we going? It's like, oh, just go right. And they make their way... to a big old lake, right? And it's like, oh, that's beautiful. And Eugene realizes, oh, that's what we're doing. And it's like, Joel, come on, man. I need this for me. I don't need to say goodbye to her. I need this for me. And Joel says, if you love someone, you can see them all the time. Obviously kind of alluding to his daughter. And he ends up shooting her in the face. Which is probably, or most likely, the right thing to do. Because we can't just bring infected people near the settlement. Like, what if he dies there and then, like, a spore just stays on the ground and gets people close to the settlement or whatever. Like, I'm not 100% sure how the big spores happen, but, you know, it's the right thing to do. You can't just bring infected people close to the thing just to say goodbye. Like, this could go bad quickly. And yeah, as James pointed out in the chat, the rate of infection is way faster in the show than in the game. Yeah, because in the game they have like a day or two, right? And here they have like a couple of hours after they've been bit, so that's quite a bit faster. But yeah, he says, if you love someone, you can see him always. And Eugene at some point says, I can see her. And then he shoots him in the back of the head, because he tells him, please do not turn around. And they drag him back to the settlement. And Ellie finds him at the lake, and Joel says, I'm sorry. And I'm just like, man, this is such a better type of drama than anything the game has... the game too, but the show has shown me with, like, Dina and the Ellie dynamic. Because, like, you have still inexperienced young Ellie realizing the harsh reality of what you might have to do in this kind of scenario. If someone gets bit, you can't bring them back to the settlement to say goodbye. That's just, you just can't do that. And obviously this would be, where was he bitten? In the stomach. I think like right next, like in the belly somewhere, like in the rib area, basically. Not the belly, the rib area. I was like, man, they could have talked about this and have all the conversations and the other people who need to deal with this. Because it's that Joel tells Ellie, it's like, hey, we had no choice. This is what we had to do. Oh, kidney, not the rib, kidney. Okay, kidney. Oh, the kidney. I totally didn't read that wrong twice and said it again so I can cut out the wrong takes in the re-upload. Yeah, Joel tells her, like, that we had to do this. There's no other way, and we should not tell her what happened here for real, just for the sake of everyone else. Like, we have to keep that a secret. And they make their way back. Again, I pointed out again, they drag his corpse here, but I guess they don't go and check for the other guy whoever was with the patrol, because that guy died too, but nobody cares about that guy. And also, they didn't bring their horses, so, oops. But yeah, Gail, the psycho lady, comes around. It's like, oh no, she's really sad. And Joel tells her like something that's like super nice to hear for her. It's like, oh yeah, he tells her, I should tell you, he loves you. He wanted to see you again, but he thought it was too dangerous. And in the end, he took his own life. He did it himself. And he's like, oh, that's sad. And gives Joel a hug. And then Ellie, ooh, pretty fucking cruel, says like, that's not how that happened. And I was like, ooh, that's rough. Like, right here, you're doing this right now? That's, ooh, that's insane. And she just tells her what happened, and Gail just gives Joel a slap in the face and is like, just get away from me. I was like, holy shit, Ellie, really? That is rough to do this like right here. But yeah, so this also means the reason Ellie was mad this whole time was not because she figured out what's happened with the Fireflies necessarily. It was of what has happened here. It's just rough. Yeah, exactly, James. Ellie wants petty revenge and hurts Gale. It's like, damn, was that really worth it? I mean, could you have talked about this in private? I guess the idea is that she's already thinking about how Joel might have lied to her, and now she saw him lie to someone else. And yeah, that's why she says you swore. It was referencing the season 1 ending. Right. That's a good point, actually. But yeah, this is why Gale is beefed with Joel, and also apparently this is one of the big reasons why Ellie is beefed with Joel as well, because of all this accumulated stuff. And then we go back to the good old New Year's night. We see Seth again being a little homophobic man. The peak bigotry Seth is what we get here. But it's just a little rehash of the scene we saw already, where Ellie's just like, I had him in check, I don't need your help. And now we get the porch scene, the one we get at the end of the game of part 2, where they also have like almost the same conversation like in the game. It's like, oh, what you drinking? Coffee, got it from someone that came around here. It's probably too expensive, but it's still pretty good. Yeah, they have like the same conversation. Also how Dina would be happy to have Ellie because she's great. She talks about how she probably knew that he was lying, but she didn't want to accept it, so she's gonna ask him one more time. Hang on, let me get the order right. Right, so she asked, were there other immune people? And he just shakes his head. Were there raiders? Shakes his head again. I'm gonna look at the actual words that she says. Could they have made a cure? Could they have made a cure? And Joel just nods. And so that's the thing. And I've complained about this many and many a times. In the game and also in the shore. Could they have made a cure? Maybe. A very, very, very small baby, like this small, if you think a vet would have been able to pull off the operation, if they would have been able to distribute this cure, if there would have been a reason to assume they would actually be able to make a cure even if the operation would have worked. Also, again, never addressed that Ellie was not asked for consent of any of this. As far as she knew, she was just there to get some scans or whatever, not to just be put to sleep and killed. This is never addressed. And in the show, they even say they didn't tell Ellie that she's gonna die. It's just insane to me that in season 1 they actually establish that they didn't ask her. I think it was not as clear in the game, but they made it super duper clear in the show. Was her name Mel? I think it was Mel, right? She says like, no, she doesn't know. We just made it as comfortable for her as possible or something. This is never brought up. They just, I don't know why they keep sneaking in this thing where they say, could they have made a cure? And everybody says, mm-hmm. The could is like this small. The Fireflies are some crazy terrorist organizations that just want their own selfish bullshit to happen. It's just... wasn't Jerry a brain surgeon despite the fact he was like 30-something? He was a veterinarian. At least in the game, unless for some reason they change it in the show and make him a real doctor, which would be hilarious, by the way. And yeah, the whole point is still she was not asked for consent, and even in here in the show, Joel still says, if I had a second chance to do this, I would do it all over again. I was like, yeah, as you should. But yeah, again, Joel just takes that. He does say that he would do it again, which he absolutely should. Especially if you consider the game here and there. They probably don't have like all these tapes and shit that we have from the game where they talk about like some other experiments that didn't work on like apes and stuff like that and monkeys. But the chances that there would be a cure were incredibly low, from at least from what we know in general. The point stands that she wasn't asked for consent. If there would have been a thing where she was like, yes, I am very well aware that I could die, and yes, I am willing to make the sacrifice, then we would have had a completely different story and a whole different groundwork of discussion for this. But the way it is presented now, it's just like she was put to sleep, and now she's angry that he didn't allow it because she thought now her life is worthless. And I think the conversation would have been much more interesting if Joel would actually laid out some of the things that should be considered here, as we just pointed out. Regardless of if he's a veterinarian or not, he simply doesn't have the time or experience to be able to do it. That is a whole nother point, yeah. Exactly. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's also just so lame, because if you would point all of this out, and we would make Ellie say the exact same thing, where she says, I don't think I can forgive you for this, but I would like to try. And then after some time, during whatever story we could tell after this scene happens, make her realize and understand his point and start to forgive him. And then we can still kill off Joel, but we can make it in a more, heroic way, I guess. Making a sacrifice and not being a dumbass. Like, there's some groundwork here that you can work up from. And it's just, again, it's like, why are we putting this all in this one flashback episode? Why are we not, like, either put this all to the front, make it longer, show us some things that happen in the settlement, see what kind of things they're up to, see their day-to-day, have some interesting conversations. Like, we barely get any conversations between Tommy and Joel. It's the same in the game. Like, in the game, Tommy's just off-screen, and then he gets shot in the face. It's like, oh, okay. Or you should have had them throughout the show. That could have worked as well. I mean, we could have easily cut some things out and put, like, a flashback scene in here. But yeah, that's the scene. And catch up to the present, where Ellie goes back to the theater, where we, I guess, start day 3. So this works when no fungus is complicated enough to take over the human brain anyway. Oh, The Last of Us is trash. I mean, the thing is, the idea is, what if that would happen, and what could we do? And I think the whole thing, like the whole point they were making in the beginning of the show is like, oh yeah, if it for some reason is able to grow inside a human, we're pretty much fucked, because we can't really get a cure for it. Create a really neat concept for it in season 1. Yeah, I mean, season 1 is pretty good. But yeah, that's episode 6. I mean, it has like the best stuff in it, I would say, because it has the flashbacks from the game that most of the people like. Definitely more interesting dynamic between Ellie and Joel, as always. I do like the idea of Ellie having a problem with not letting someone say goodbye to their loved ones, even though it is the right thing to do in that scenario, Yeah, that's not what we get. That's not what we're getting. It's just theories and concepts that could be worked on to make something cool. That's not what we get. So now next episode we get day 3, which is not that long in the game either, so we're just gonna wrap that up there. And then we're free of The Last of Us for a while. And I'm excited about that, because then I can go watch Andor. How many more episodes? 1! We get 1 more episodes next week. 1 more episode. Probably the best episode, I would say. You still shouldn't watch it. It's not very good overall. So maybe give that episode a watch if you really want to. But 1 more episode, and then we're 3. And then we get at least 1 more season. And I think I heard rumors about 4 seasons, which would be something I wouldn't enjoy. But, you do what you gotta do. Well, before we get into the fun, I guess we gotta talk about the show of The Last of Us. Woohoo! Last one, though. Last one, and then we're free. I'm free. of the pain and the misery. Love the episode. Haven't loved so hard in forever. I take everything back I said about Neil. He is some kind of genius, I guess. Yeah, I also had a couple of good laughs with this episode, especially towards the end. There were some choices they made, so should probably talk about those. Well, let's get into it. The show does not waste your time for once. Well, depends, right? I mean, you still need to see the show, so I guess it still wastes your time in some way. But there's no, like, pre-scene before the intro song, like the introduction. We go straight to the theater and see that Dina is having pain-tisms because of the arrow she's been shot at into the leg. And we see good old Jesse, the goat, the absolute goat of the show, right next to Seth, treating her wounds. And basically, he's just treating the wound, pushing it out. And there's some things she says that make him a little sus, because he's like, here, have some of this alcohol. It's gonna help you with numbing the pain a little bit, because he used the alcohol to, you know, rub his hands and make it a bit more, you know, cleaner, disinfect the hands. And he's like, no, I won't be. And she also, I won't be having any. And also she says, I can't die, instead of I don't want to die. I can't die. It's like, oh, okay. Very interesting for him to hear that. Because obviously we know she's pregnant, but he does not know yet and is, I guess, not sure. But he will have more of that. I mean, that's basically the scene. He just treats her wound, and that's that. Then Ellie comes back, and she basically just ignores Jesse and goes straight to Dina. And remember, we stopped where she beat the piss out of Nora with the pipe. And he's like, all right, guess I'll just keep watch for now. And we have a scene between Dina and Ellie where they're just kind of like, hey, you're right, yeah, what about the baby? It's like, yeah, the baby's fine. It's like, how do you know? It's like, yeah, I just know, I can feel it, blah, blah, blah. That kind of dealio. Nothing too crazy. Ellie has some scratches on her back. And Dina just treats her a little bit, makes it a bit clean, cleans it up a bit. And this all leads to Ellie telling her about Nora. It's like, yeah, I made her talk, and it was so easy to do. I thought it would be harder, but I just kept hurting her. And in the game, it was rather, you know, it wasn't clear if she killed Nora or just left her there to die. In the show here, she straight up says, yeah, I didn't kill her, I just left her. Yeah, I mean, pretty fucked up. I mean, I don't feel bad for Nora necessarily, but, you know, pretty fucked up by Ellie to do that, I would say. And Dina just says, yeah, well, but maybe she got what she deserved. And then Ellie starts talking about what Joel did. It's like, yeah, he killed everyone, including Abby's father. He was a doctor. He just shot him in the face to save me. Basically, they're double and tripling down on, man, isn't this, like, bad what Joel did? And I'm just like, you gotta fucking stop with this. Like, what are we doing? They're straight up now on the paths, like, saying, yeah, what Joel did was just wrong and cruel and bad and was not justified. And there's, like, no questions asked after. And remember how Dina was, like, super into, like, the revenge and everything? And right after she hears that, she just says,
We need to go home.
like, she's annoyed with what she just heard. It's like, oh, he saved you. That's crazy. I mean, what else can I say what I haven't said before? It's like, they present it every time like he did everything wrong. Joel himself just takes it every time and just doesn't say anything back. He doesn't lay out that he's been threatened with a knife. That interesting also is they keep telling the guy a doctor. And I feel like I'm being gaslit like crazy. Like, I'm not crazy to think that in the game he was a vet, right? Because I think someone even in the comments was like, I think that's he always was a doctor, and I'm just like, I don't think that's true. He was a vet, right? Like, please correct me. There was like the whole thing with the zebra, which was a meme in itself, because he's a veterinarian, correct? He was an animal doctor. You are, he was a fucking veterinarian. Okay, so the show keeps gaslighting me by just calling him a doctor. So stop. It would be absolutely hilarious if they make him like a human doctor in the show, because they realized how stupid it is already for him to be a veterinarian. You know? On top of him being way too young, if I remember correctly, for even having the training to do a procedure like they want to do. But yeah, I know it's they're trying their hardest to not reveal that he is a veterinarian. I'm like on two minds. I kind of want them to fix it, but on the other hand, I really want to see the reaction of people who are not aware of this. I think it would be absolutely hilarious. And it's like, what do you mean he's a vet? It's like, exactly. He has a bachelor degree in biology. He's closer to being veterinarian than an actual doctor. Okay, yeah. So that's what they're doing now. And yeah, Dina is like completely out now. She's like, yeah, we need to go home. And then they just lie down for a sleep, and that's that. Again, doubling and tripling down on the whole, well, Joel's kind of fucked up, which annoys me more because not too long ago, Druckmann himself said, oh yeah, Joel did the right thing. But now he also went on to say that the Fireflies could have absolutely made a cure, and was like, who are you bullshitting right now? Are you bullshitting yourself? Are you bullshitting the audience? Are you just talking out of your ass, depending on who you're talking to on an interview or a podcast? Because what do you actually believe? Like, what was your actual plan? Because he's been flip-flopping quite a bit. At this point, I just don't believe him anymore. It's like, yeah, it's Joel was right, but also they could have made a cure because that would have been interesting or something. They couldn't. There's some stupid terrorist group. Short scene where Dina gives Ellie her bracelet. It's like, here, it's for good luck. It's like, okay. Jesse and Ellie are about to meet up with Tommy because Jesse and Tommy have agreed to meet back up in a bookstore when they find or don't find anyone. Jesse is visibly annoyed and pissed at everyone. He's very worried about Dina. It's like, are you okay with being here by yourself? Can you barricade? It's like, yeah, I'm good. And Ellie and Jesse make their way to the bookstore. And yeah, we get more scenes with Jesse, which makes me very happy, but also very sad because, well, you know what happens. And Ellie asks him, where's the rendezvous? It's like, yeah, the bookstore. It's like, oh, you ever gonna tell me how you found the theater? And it's like, oh, are you ever gonna tell me what happened to you last night? Like, Jesse is fully aware she did some bullshit. And then Jesse goes like, oh, we followed the likeliest path you would have taken. We found a place you stashed Shimmer. Dude, Jesse is just fucking absolutely tearing her apart here, and I absolutely love it. So he basically says, yeah, we took the most likeliest path. We split up, did like a 2-mile radius, and did the thing. We found the place you stashed Shimmer, and Jesse looks at her as like,
found the place you stashed Shimmer. She's still there, doing all right. Not that you asked.
And just keeps talking. I was like, yes, Jesse. I need more Jesse. He's so good. And yeah, they saw the WLF sign on the TV station, figured that where they went, and then they just began around searching and found the theater. Which, still, the fact that Jesse arrived at the exact right time so they don't die, obviously super contrived and super lucky for them. But yeah, that's just how it goes in this show, which we get more of today. And Ellie even says, oh, you make it sound so easy. And Jesse looks at her and is like, it took 2 days and a lot of close calls. So no, it absolutely wasn't easy. And Ellie actually says, oh, thank you. Like, honestly, thank you, I mean it. And then she tries to like talk to him. And it's like, I know you're angry. And Jesse goes around, just stays there and looks at us like, last night Dina said I can't die. Not I don't want to die. I can't. Also, she refused a sip of whiskey, you know, the girl I've known for a very long time who never said no to a free drink in her life. And now she said no just before I'm about to push a crossbow bolt through her leg. Dude, Jesse is not taking any bullshit because Ellie is like, oh, that's weird. I don't know. It's like, yeah, you do. I'm not stupid and I'm not blind. I see the way you look at each other, and I realize it's different now. And I bet she even tells you things she wouldn't tell me, like that she's pregnant. And I was like, ah, fuck. And then she immediately realizes, oh shit, you were guessing, you didn't even realize. And it's like, oh, based Jesse, first of all, absolutely amazing. He's just not taking any bullshit, mentioning that they just left the horse behind and never even asked about it. Saying that it wasn't easy to get here. They're just been lying to him since he got here, so... And then Ellie is just like, oh, you know what? She's obviously gonna tell you. Just act surprised if she tells you.
She's obviously gonna tell you. So just act surprised, okay?
Why? Why? Why are you worried about this? Like, it's insane. Like, why is this your worry? Just fucking go and tell us, like, oh yeah, he knows. Now talk about it. And Ellie just has Ellie has the gal. Is that the word I'm looking for? Is that the right word? I feel like I'm looking for a different word. The gal? Is the right word? You're just saying it incorrectly. That's good enough for me. The goal. To say, you know what, nothing has to change between us because of what happened. And Jesse just says, everything changing doesn't have to change things. Really?
Well, how about this for something new? I'm gonna be a father, which means I can't die. But because of you, we're stuck in a war zone. So how about we skip the apologies and just go find Tommy so I can get us and my kid the fuck out of Seattle?
I was like, God damn, Jesse, you're awesome. Why do you have to die at the end of this episode? God, it's so... Because Jesse immediately, he's like, I'm stuck in a war zone. I'm about to be a dad. So let's go and find Tommy and let's get me and my kid out of this fucking war zone. And I'm just like, yes! Common sense. There's people with common sense in the show, and they've been off screen for 90% of the show. Oh... Where have you been all these last 7 weeks? Oh, and all this is gonna happen is he's gonna get shot in the goddamn face. It's so sad. And yes, exactly, James. You should absolutely put part of the blame on Dina. Because she should have been like, yeah, I'm gonna go home now. And not be like, you know what, Ellie? You get to decide. They just mentioned how they're walking in like in a war zone, and they walk in the middle of the street. They could be scouts and snipers everywhere. There's so many windows. Like, they're not going through alleys or through like the houses or anything. They're just in the middle of the road, and they could have been shot at any time or seen from afar or whatnot. Also, just realized in the distance you see in the distance, you see the big crane where you go up on with Ellie, like one of those. I just realized that. Foreshadowing. We get like the weird side thingy happening. They hear like some ruckus, and there's some WLF people chasing a kid of the scars, and Ellie is like, "Oh, we need to." we need to help the kid. Oh, we can't just let him die. And just like, don't do it. And just see them drag away the kids. Like, oh, look how bad the WLF people are. And Ellie storms off, and Jesse goes after her, and it's like, Ellie. It's like, Ellie, and she's like, what? It's like, dude, these people. Dude, Jesse is like saying everything we've been saying throughout the whole season 2 so far.
There was 6 of them and 2 of us. What do you think would have happened?
He's a fucking kid.
Ellie, these people are shooting each other, lynching each other, ripping each other's guts out. Even the kids. I am not dying out here. Not for any of them. This is not our war.
I'm not gonna die in a war that's not ours. I'm about to be a father. Like, these people are all fucking crazy, and I'm not dying because of their stupid shit. I'm not dying for any of them. Like, this is not our war. I'm out of here. And then we leave. I was like, fuck me. I want a show with Tommy and Jesse and Seth, and they have to fight against Isaac or something. I want these characters to be in the show. Like... like, he's just like, goddamn. It's so crazy. Oh, that's also true. James points it out in chat here as well. The Scars just shot Dina yesterday. Oh, man. I love Jesse so much, man. He's the absolute goat. Like, this episode... He makes this episode so much better, but unfortunately he's not in here very long. Because he's getting shot, of course. So yeah, that's the Jesse goat session right here. We get some more Jesse before he gets shot in the face, but man, I'm immediately like, damn, I wish we would have had Jesse the whole time. That shit rules. Next, we have a scene where we glaze Abby. That's pretty much it. We have the one lady, I think it's the lady from the hospital, if I remember correctly. She's like, oh yeah, we're gonna attack the island, you know, the island where the Scars are. Everyone is on board, they're a bit scared, blah blah blah. Isaac is like, oh, is there any word on Abby? No, not really. Her and her whole group are kind of gone. We haven't heard anything from her since yesterday. I don't know why you're so interested in getting Abby back. Like, we still have Manny and everything. It's like, yeah, but we have tons of Mannys and tons of Mels and whatnot. And like, and Owens. But we only have one Abby. And Doctor's like, why, you're like in love with Abby or something? Like, she's a great soldier, like a good soldier. But we have like an entire army. Like, why is she the most important? Like, what are you doing? And that's like, it's like a weird thing. Like, I don't even know why she suggests. It's like, are you in love with Abby? She says like, you wouldn't be the first old man to fall in love with like a young soldier. And he's like, okay, stop. It's like, no, I'm not in love with her. But basically, he says, like, there's a good chance you're gonna be dead tomorrow. Also, I'm gonna be dead tomorrow. That's even more likely. So, I wanted her to be the next leader of this camp. So, that's why he thinks Abby is important. She has enough respect from everyone that she should become the leader. So, yeah, someone who knows the lore of the game better, was that like a thing at all with Abby being a leader? I don't remember this from playing the game, that Isaac wanted her to be the leader. I think that's just a new thing because they want us to like Abby, I guess. You just played the game less than a month ago. The thing is, they changed things in such small ways that I feel like I'm going crazy. Like they're gaslighting me for knowing the game. There's a scene in here later where I'm just like, this wasn't Ellie that happened to. That was definitely Abby. But it's super close to the scene that happens to Abby. And I'll get to this when we get there. So it's just these weird things they switch like in a very subtle way where they add a small thing and we're just like, was that in a game? Like, I just played this. I don't remember this. And then I have to double check or ask James or something. I'm just like, I don't know what's happening. It's like, you're gaslighting me. Stop it. You missed another small change? Shoot. What was it? The show says the Scars have multiple prophets now. Oh, really? I completely missed that.
There's more than one of her?
I guess so. I don't know.
Yeah, because they say they called some of them heretics, right? The show says the Scars have multiple prophets now in the game. Oh, like one of the murals? Those were different people? Why? That just makes it more unbelievable that they win against the wolves. That's stupid. Why would you fracture this tribal group that shouldn't be a problem for the wolves anyway? into having multiple prophets. So you have like subgroups of the tribe of the Scar. God, this is so stupid, man. This sucks. Anyway, Jesse and Ellie arrive at the bookstore, but Tommy isn't there. And Ellie is to be like, oh, we need to check where he is. And it's like, he's gonna be fine. We have to wait here because I'm not entirely sure where he went as well. Internal power struggle and WF still lose. The thing is, I don't really know what they want me to believe from this. If they're now a tribe that just has multiple prophets they pray to or believe in or know existed. Or if there's actually like multiple tribes now that just happen to fight all against the WLF. It's really weird. Like, it's just so many more questions, especially with the scene we have with Isaac and the Scar, where, again, the Scar says, well, you have all these WLF people joining us, but no one's gonna join you from us. They're not coming back either. And it's like, why? Why are they going there? And to which prophet? Which prophet do they like? You know? They just made it so much more confusing than it already is. Here's something funny. They use the radios, though some Scars use technology because they're soldiers of Scars. Also, Fedra could track them. Nah. Didn't you see in the show? They're so full of themselves. They know they won't be tracked. Yeah. Jesse has some more scenes. And it's basically us being told that he is a good person, pretty much. He's like, Tommy might be dead, Will soon might be dead, so let me get this off the chest. Yes, I love Dina. But not the way you do. I'm not entirely sure what that means. I feel like they kind of just lowered the love he has for Dina for some reason. Like, he loves Dina, but not like love Dina? I don't know. And he tells a story about this this caravan that came in. Yeah, a group that stopped by Jackson for a few weeks on their way to South Mexico. And they had like some decent stuff to trade. And there was like a girl with them that that was a couple of years older, and he fell for her, and she sold some artworks, like landscapes and stuff. And when Ellie asked if they were good, he says, no, but I bought 4 of them because I wanted that. I wanted that coochie, you know what I mean? And she fell right back for him, and they had a good time. They had the best couple of weeks ever, but they had to leave. And she did want to stay because of the family. She didn't want to abandon her family just like that. And then she asked him, hey, do you want to come with us though? And he wanted, like, he wanted to go like really bad. But because because Jackson took him in, raised him, took care of him, and because everyone there expected him to be the next Maria, the next big leader, and because he was taught to put other people first, he stayed. I was like, whoa, shit. That's probably a bit more excessive way to see this, you know? But it's definitely like it's a very honorable way to live, I guess. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna not go with this girl I'm madly in love with, and she's also in love with me. But everyone is having expectations of me, and they raised me. I feel like I'm owning them a debt, so yes, I'm gonna stay. And I was like, God damn it, Jesse, you should have fucking gone. You should have gone. Why didn't you go? You would have been fine. You could have been a Chad dad somewhere else with the caravan or the group or something. And I was like, God damn it, Jesse, you're way too good for this show. It's so, because like in a bigger way, considering we're like in an apocalypse right now, and you have like a group that has like a safe-ish kind of place, and they expect you to be something, and you're like, man, probably I should take care of this because I should stay here and take up the responsibility. He got into the council as well, like he's currently in the council. So he has responsibilities already. And even before that, he was like, I have to stay here. I have to repay my dues. And then Ellie fucking being insufferable immediately. She's like, oh, got it. So you're saying Jesse of Wyoming and everyone else is a fucking asshole. That's word for word, by the way. I just read that from the subtitles.
Okay. Got it. So, you're St. Jesse of Wyoming, and everyone else is a fucking asshole.
But Jesse is not even angry with his response.
You can make fun of me all you want, but let me ask you this, Ellie. I go with that girl to Mexico. Who saves your ass in Seattle?
Get fucked. Get absolutely fucked, Ellie. Fucking amazing. We needed more Jesse in this this show. Imagine though, just imagine these two being the team we follow over this season. Like, these two have such opposing opinions on so many things. Like, they could have had really interesting conversations. Because even though they're, like, super opposed in a lot of things, they're still friends, right? So, how about put these two? Like, these two have, like, some interesting conversations to have. Like, you can have a little glimpse right here. But that's all we get, because the scene is about to be over. It's like you have all the tools here to make a cool show with people that have interesting things to talk about. You put the two people in there that have, like, kind of a same worldview and the same opinions, and it's like, yeah, let's go us. Let's just go right into everything we want to do. Like, having Jesse as this person who wants to be responsible for all these people, who knows who has a responsibility, who knows that he has people looking up to him. The team up with Dina was just a mistake. It's just a mistake. Should have been Jesse, as I just said, or Tommy. Tommy would have been great too, I think. So yeah, it's a shame. But Jesse is the absolute GOAT, and I'm very sad he's gonna die soon. Because we are now getting paused by the radio and hear about, there's a sniper, he's not a scar, and they'll be like, oh, we need to get there. That's definitely gonna be Tommy. And Ellie on the way sees the wheel and the whale, meaning the aquarium, because that's the only things she heard from Nora. Wheel and whale. And immediately she's like, she forgets about Tommy, like, immediately. Like, she's like, oh, it's too far to swim, we need a boat. And just like, the fuck are you doing? Like, we need to go get Tommy. And she's like, we don't know that's Tommy. We don't know that's Tommy. She's like, oh, don't pretend like you wouldn't go if it would be anyone that you cared about. If you would be in my shoes, you would do the same. And then he tells us, like, I voted no, by the way. I didn't want you to go. I didn't vote yes. Because that's the thing that was best for the community at the time. And Ellie is like, oh, you know what? Fuck the community. I was like, what the fuck? It's like, all you do is talk about the fucking community. She calls him a hypocrite, like, as if you wouldn't go. And she even says, you let a kid die today. Mauler in chat, I want to tell you that I have significant beef with you and you're not allowed on EFAP. It's about you stealing my shoes. Damn. The cat is out of the bag. Listen, man, I just needed some new shoes. Mine were fucked up, alright? You had like 7 pairs, and they're very long. I can live in those. But yeah, basically Jesse tells her that everything you do for you. It wasn't the best interest of the community. And she says, fuck the community. All you do is talk about the fucking community. You hypocrite. You're good and I'm bad. And you let a kid die because he wasn't in your community. And she just tells him, like, tell me about the community. My community was beaten to death in front of me while I was forced to watch. And it's like, don't look at me like you're better or like you do anything differently. If you were in my shoes, because you're not, and you wouldn't. And he just says, I really hope you're gonna make it. And then he just leaves to meet Tommy. Like, man, not a good look for you, Ellie, huh? I'm really a fan of Ellie in this season. So yeah, Ellie's gonna make her way to the aquarium. And Jesse is just gonna meet up with Tommy. Ellie just sees the WLF leave on all those boats to go and fight the scars on that little wonky island. There's a boat left. I guess it's left because we don't have Ellie's group, so that one is just left over, I guess. And she takes it and makes her way to the big wheel. Woo! And then, oh no, tsunami! Big fuck off wave. It just makes her crash into the water, and then she wakes up on the island where the scars are. So yes, we're doing a little detour on the Scar Island. She just sweeps upon the island, and she gets grabbed by scars. And this is the scene that looks kinda, or at least very similar to the scene that happens to Abby, where they're about to gut her. It's funny because it's way smaller in the game and it sinks the boat. Oh, right. Yeah, so it's basically just a small scene where she gets dragged to one of these nooses they like to use. And they're about to hang her and cut her. And there's like there's a kid. It's like, I think there's like a kid she's seen before. I honestly can't remember. Because she looks at the kids like, tell him I'm not WLF. I'm just hanging around. Me? Just hanging around. But the kid is like, no, gut her. He does like this. And then they're about to gut her. But luckily for Ellie, the attack of the WLF has just started. And so the only reasonable thing to do is to just let her, and we just walk away. And then they leave and go fight the WLF, and Ellie leaves to go to the aquarium. That's the scene. That's the scene. When I saw this, I was like, why did we do this? What's the point? You just wasted 3 minutes. It's so stupid. It's so... I think this finally broke me, just talking about it again. It's so stupid. Like, the absolute idiocy of these people is like, oh, well, she did say she's not WLF. Just leave her then. Just, what if she was lying? And now she's just gonna attack you from behind and just gonna shoot a couple of your people. Like, it's very lucky she actually isn't a wolf and just fucks off immediately. It's so stupid. Absolute baffling detour to have. But the funnies are not over yet. You're not ready. If you haven't seen it, you're not ready about the hilarious choices they made in the aquarium. Ellie knows the WF are coming to the island. She could have traded info. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, there could have been lots of things they could have done, but it's just like, got her. Attack. Leave her. Fuck off. So great. And then she just, the boat is still fine, by the way. That washed ashore with her. So she just took the boat and just went back, and she's now at the aquarium. It's just fucking clown scene, absolutely. In any case, she, just like in the game, there's a broken ceiling window. She just climbs in through, makes her way through the aquarium, and Owen and Mel, what's her name again? Mel is pregnant. Okay, so it was the right name. Okay. Yeah, we got Mel and Owen talking about, I don't want to go with Abby, because as we know, he's about to leave for somewhere else because he don't like killing the scars anymore. Obviously, Mel is not happy because she has a feeling Owen has a fancy for her. But we don't care about this right now because Ellie is here and she has them at gunpoint. Like, you just gotta stop it right there. Shut up. God, I'm talking a load of bollocks today. And they realize, oh shit, it's you. And Owen is like, I'm the one who kept you alive. Yes. Mm-hmm. No, you remember that? And she's like, tell me where Abby is. Like, oh, we don't know where she is. Like, you just talked about her. I know you're bullshitting me. So you better point on that map, and then she's gonna point on that map, and it's better be the same fucking place. And they're like, kind of like, oh, I'll do it. It's like, well, You got 5 seconds, and she counts down and say, okay, fine, I'll do it, Owen says. But Owen has a great plan. Because as you see, the one thing you should absolutely do when someone is pointing a gun at you, finger at the trigger, you should absolutely try to grab another weapon from below the table, and you immediately get shot. Owen gets just shot immediately. I was like, what the fuck are you doing, Owen? Like, she's far away as well. He just grabs the gun, and she's like... I was like, what is happening? What are you doing to this story? Like, it's already awful, but you're making it a clown. Like, even more clownish. But we're not done with the clown horns. No. Because the shot went through Owen and hits Mel at the artery. And she starts bleeding out. So she got a double kill with 1 bullet. I was like, what? There's no fucking way. And we're not done. We are not done. Hang on, I'll get the clown horn ready here. She falls over. Mel says, I got 30 seconds. Grab the knife. And she's pregnant. You can tell immediately she's pregnant. And she says, get the knife. You need to cut out my baby right now. She's like bleeding out and tells Ellie to cut out the baby. I was like, what? Excuse me? It's so fucking bizarre. And she tells Ellie, you just need to cut here. And Ellie says something like, oh, I don't understand. It's like, what do you mean you don't understand? You told you to cut right there. I was like, what is this scene? You want her to cut out the baby to potentially save it, maybe? I don't even know if that's a thing that works. And then she dies, and yeah, triple kill, and then Tommy and Jesse arrive to help her out, and they go back to the theater. Where's the fetus gone to? Keep it in a box? See, I don't know what she's supposed to do. Like, Ellie is like... Unless you're like at the verge of pooping out the baby already. Yeah, Ellie obviously could have saved that baby and just doesn't. Could she though? Like, what then? I mean, I don't know how far Mel is. That would be super premature. And then she just carries it through the fucking rain to the theater? How's that gonna work? Like, you could do it if you have, like, the medical equipment and, like, IV drips and shit and stuff, where I know, like, premature births can be survived. But there's no way Ellie could have done this. Unless she's now month 9. The show adds 3 months on top of everything. I mean, maybe. I mean, I actually would need to look into this. I'm not sure. I don't know. I have no idea how well she could have done this. I mean, they don't even have any food or anything for the baby right now. I doubt it. I doubt it very harshly that she could have saved the baby. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't have any medical background, but that sounds weird. She could have saved the baby, doesn't mean it'll live long. Oh, dude, that would have been even more fucked if they would have let her actually cut out the baby just for the baby to die. God. And yeah, someone in chat just pointed it out. Did someone drop the map for Abby to find? Not that we see it, at least. I do not see right here on my screen or at all that there has been a map that has been dropped. But yeah, there's not a map, so we actually don't know how Abby found the theater here at the end. So yeah, an absolutely bizarre last scene that we saw there. Fucking nuts. Worse than in the game, and it wasn't good in the game either. But hey, Tommy is back, that's cool. Yay, Tommy. We get to see him for like a minute. Abby is sad that she killed the pregnant lady. Which, I mean, yeah. I mean, you would be upset about that, to be honest. I mean, that baby didn't have have a chance to live the life because of that. So that was definitely a fucked up situation. Don't even want to downplay that one. And Tommy's just like, well, she was there as well, so she had it coming and deserved it. And Ellie points out that it's not fair that Abby gets to live. So pretty much the same as in the game as well. And Ellie even calls Jesse a good person, but they both agree that they do help each other out. Because Ellie says, thank you for coming to back me up. And Jesse says, how do you know it wasn't Tommy who dragged me there? It's like, did he? He's like, no. Because I think if it comes down to it, you would set the world on fire to get me. It's like, yeah, I would. And then we have shoe stinks. Chat, I need you to be strong right now, okay? It's happening. It's as unceremoniously as in the game. Get your Fs ready, chat. Jesse runs out through the theater and gets shot immediately by Ellie. Jesse, you were a real one. I'm sorry. You had to go that way. You deserved better. But he just gets shot by Abby. Yeah, he gets shot by Abby, not Ellie. That would be funny, though. That would be a funny change. You're a good person, Jesse. Bam! I keep mixing up Ellie and Abby all the time. I hate that their names are quite similar. I just keep doing it all the time. So yeah, Abby shoots Jesse in the face, not Ellie. Yeah, again, we see dead Jesse. Big F's in chat. And Tommy is on the ground. And this scene ends a little bit weirdly. We have the whole thing where Abby says, I'll let you live, and you wasted it. And then she aims at Ellie, and you hear a shot. Then she goes like, no, 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 no! And you hear a shot. It was a very weird scene with a weird audio overlay.
And you wasted it.
And yeah, you don't see Lev here anywhere. That is also true. It's only Abby. And it is a very weird edit. That is true. And then we hear a gunshot and a fade to black. And then we go back to day one where Abby gets woken up to talk to Isaac. And we see that she is in the big stadium. And that's it. That's season 7 done. Season 7? Good lord, no. God, no. Season 2. That's that. Absolutely horrible episode. Really bad, but really funny. We got goated Jesse and his last hurrah being the absolute goat. Yeah, we needed more Jesse, more Tommy, more Seth. All the characters that are actually interesting. And put them against like Isaac or something. Oh, you know, just again, you should have put Ellie with Tommy or Jesse. That would have been much more interesting dynamic overall. And that wraps up season 2. What did we learn? They made it worse. I'm pretty confident to say that now. They made it worse. They changed things around in a way. It's like Tommy doesn't go on the revenge tour, so everyone who dies is actually getting killed by like Ellie. Actually not even sure what happens to the one that Tommy killed, right? Because he's just here to get Ellie, right? Bizarre that Tommy and Jesse just leave because they're both in the council, so they're not going to be having any fun when they go. Oh, well, I guess when Tommy comes back. Yeah, Tommy only kills Manny. That's right. The dynamic between Dina and Ellie is fucking boring and lame. The whole thing was like, I'm going to be a dad, that has been memed to hell, and deservingly so, but that's because that's fucking hysterical to say. They keep doubling, tripling, quadrupling down now that somehow Joel did something bad and wrong, and also the Fireflies could have definitely made a cure. I was like, fuck off with that. That's bullshit, and you know it. You just really want people to like your story. Or not even like his story, you just want to be right. That's what I feel like. Depending on who he talks to, he just wants to be right. You know what I mean? That's just fucking stupid. So many instances of them just getting out of a situation because of plot armor or a happenstance that happens. Just getting saved by Jesse. Just about being let go by the scars because someone else attacks. Not getting hit all of a sudden. Ellie not hitting Nora in the elevator because all of a sudden she can't shoot for shit. Obviously the world building is still fucked, as Walpole points out. That's just fleamy as shit. Like, I still don't... I mean, I think you talked about this. It's kind of weird that there's even so many infected around still. They need to feed on something, I guess. I don't know. It just sucks. It's really fucking bad. Don't watch it. It's awful. I mean, if I would have to choose between the game and the show, the only reason I would take the show is because it's shorter, you know? Because playing the game took me like 30 hours or something. What else? They made Jackson be attacked. Jackson was attacked by a horde that was there for some reason that they didn't see, that were under the ice, even though they have patrols every day, you know, and they didn't realize there was a horde. They didn't realize the fungus growing inside their pipes. So many stupid things. Joel still getting cucked. Oh yeah, they didn't kill a dog in the show. There was no dog killing, so cowards. It is hilarious that all of the things that I kind of like about the show have nothing to do with the main characters of the season 2. Jesse, awesome. Seth, awesome. Some parts we get with Tommy, pretty good. Flashbacks with with Ellie and Joel, good stuff because they're the same as in the game. Them just doing their thing. But everything else, that's like Jesse and that's Ellie and Dina. It's just boring slop and sucks. Ellie has like regressed to her first form, basically. Like, she still just goes into things super recklessly. She keeps using her immunity as like a crutch. It's like, I can just go in there, no problems. Like, no, you can still get bitten to shit, and they can rip your throat out. Like, what are you doing? There's like no real... She just does things and hopes for the best, and for some reason it works out because the show lets it work out. It's it's a travesty. It's an awful show. Sucks ass, and you should not watch it. And now I'm finally free of it until season 3 comes out, which is probably going to be like in 2 years, I guess. I don't know. There's only one thing to do, and that's just watch something better, which will be Andor for me, which I'm looking forward to. I think that's going to be good stuff. Yeah, Ellie is just a straight up horrible person. I just don't like her at all. She's really, really annoying and insufferable. And because there's no one really there to knock her down a bit, she just keeps doing it. Let me see. Was there any relevant super chats for this before I... Diddler says, can you do this review talking like a pirate? No, I didn't do that. I'm sorry, but thanks for the super chat. Then James says, for the 10 bucks, thank you very much, says, the vet stuff comes from either old cut content or the fact that Jerry knows so much about zebra biology that the only thing we know for sure is he got a bachelor's in 2007, 6 years before Outbreak Day. It takes 13 years to become a surgeon, 15 to 17 for a specialist. It only takes 8 years to become a vet. It's more believable that he is a vet than a doctor. Ah, okay. Yeah, see? There you go. And thanks for the super chats. Appreciate it as always. Thank you very much. Yeah, I know, it's stupid. The thing is, whatever it is, there's just no way he has the qualification to do an operation like this. That's what it boils down to. Whatever kind of doctor he turns out to be. Yeah, that's season 2. We did it. I did it. And I actually covered the whole season of television without missing a week. So that's very exciting. I say that now, and now I'm gonna die tomorrow, and this is never gonna see the day of light, and now I'm a liar. Awesome. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed all the rants. It's been fun to do them. I'll probably do those more in the future with other things. Maybe some random stuff, some games, some television I've seen. I'll get some more rants. And if there's good things, you get not rants, you get some raves. And obviously you still have the rant on the game coming, which is which I'm going to be editing for after this one. Yeah. Anything else? I don't think so. Now I'm going to enjoy this video game. And it's going to be fun. It's definitely going to be more fun than this. I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.